Starting recording. So, this just died on roll 20.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, wanted to make sure we still had him here on voice.
I got RJ somehow.
I got Nith.
Excellent. All has aligned in the world. Except for James's roll 20.
And audio. There's
No.
something like that.
You back? Oh,
I saw him for a split second, and he went back to his weird.
seems
Portal to
smiling
the
and shaking his head. I'm not sure if he's muted or can't hear us anymore or what's happening.
We see you.
I don't see him.
I see him talking. But I don't know if it's to us.
Yeah.
My mic was muted.
Excellent.
There you go.
All right.
That will do it. That will do it. Work as intended.
All right. So,
He was just pretending to be Nith for a second.
Yeah.
yes. So last time on the session I know, there he goes again, I roll 20. That's okay. I still hear you. On an episode that I titled Research of the Old, you all, recovering from the giant bug attack, restocked your supplies and planned to head in yet again to the obelisk at the center of town. Confident there were no dangers lurking within at this time due to the quick thinking of smoking the place out for a night, you decided to go in with Wizrune this time in an attempt to understand the design and function of this strange location with a bit more detail. You had found the control room, which still held functions you didn't quite fully understand, but wanted to investigate more thoroughly. And with Wizrune and the crew, combining with trial and error, and a little bit of luck perhaps, a number of things were discovered. You discovered that there were these clear Astron crystals that somehow powered the various aspects of this compound. And when put in the various slots that are in the side of the wall of the control room, they powered different aspects. Firstly, there was the slot with the multiple circles. When this was connected with the Astron, the energy that webbed out from the slot seemingly powered all minor functions of the compounds. Lights were found to come on and off, and were able to be unpowered by disconnecting little metal sliders that were found in different rooms. And it also seemed to hold power over the mess hall's cooking pot, as well as the one stone table room, the stone tables themselves, the magic that was attached to it could also be enabled and disabled. There was the slot with the lightning bolts, which activated the defenses of the location. The door became powered and trapped any outside entrance in, and various doors sprung to life with protection. There was the open eye slot that seemed to activate the scrying chamber, where there were 3 inset pieces of glass that softly glowed on a etched-in map on the wall. And upon touching each one of them, the toucher would receive a vision of some distant location. The one was a craggy mountainside with giant balls of rock precariously perched on mountain peaks. And another was a massive spire amid a big forest surrounded by flying women-like beasts. And lastly, there was the patch of sand with the massive cracked open geode atop it that was surrounded by calm waters, but within the geode itself, a portal with a view to massive roaring waters beyond. There was the closed eye slot that seemed to activate some sort of weather shield over the area that the obelisks covered. but it was unclear if any more if there was anything more to do with this, or what exactly the shield was. And lastly, there was the Astron crystals surrounded slot that seemed to activate the central obelisk in some way. However, that one too remains mostly shrouded in mystery. It seems James has entirely died.
And we need him, considering that he is pretty close to where people are fighting.
Mm-hmm. But just the last couple sentences to finish that up. Satisfied you had learned all you could about the site with your current understanding, you gathered your things and began to head back to Opportunity. Which along the way you caught glimpses, or Taween caught glimpses of shadows in the forest's edge, and became somewhat paranoid that they were being followed, although nobody else could verify these facts. But on the third night of travel, that paranoia paid off as silent figures ambushed the camp, which was thwarted by the alerted senses of Taween and his protective nature. And the only thing that they have shouted thus far during the attack has been, "Give us the crystals." And now I suppose we wait for a couple minutes. A couple other things that did happen, just to kind of fill the time. Nithirn had given Taween a book to bind the pages to, and visited him in his dreams concerning it, where she seemingly discovered that she could read Elvish.
Read and write Elvish. Shocking.
Indeed.
I think I did that first. Then I asked for paper. Then I got a book. Or
I think so.
Yes.
You only have one follower, so somebody's not following you.
The Canadian is not following you yet.
James might be dead.
Forever? I will text James real quick.
Okay,
So I'll be taking off my video.
You're gonna ruin everything.
Everything. You can look at the computer sideways.
Excellent. Your secrets are unveiled.
Good.
Quick, everybody, look at his stats.
Yep, got it memorized. Can't really read it, but got it memorized.
All right, use screenshots and then photo editing later to zoom in and clarify.
Monsters.
If you watch the TV and movies, that's the way it works. Everybody's always recording their video at an infinite resolution.
Zoom at that quadrant. Clarify 100 times.
Right.
1,000 times.
Add more pixels. Give us the pixels.
Only the pixels.
Enhance resolution.
This is the news from yesteryear.
Internet is currently down.
It would actually be really fun to do a sci-fi roleplay at one point.
You can do it with Pathfinder.
You can.
Internet is currently down. Seeing if I can get it back up.
I see.
He always has so much problems.
Was he live in a cabin on the mountains or something?
It's Calgary. Everything's a cabin in the mountains somewhere.
Yeah, but
You
at least
know,
if you're in the valley, you have like internet.
a moose walks by, your internet gets blocked by its horns.
Calgary has 2 internet providers. Both of them suck.
Hmm. Yeah, I've heard similar things from Darian.
It's not bad speed-wise, but they're usually very shoddy when you really need them.
Hmm.
Ah,
Hello?
almost. Almost.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm currently on my phone.
Ah,
Hey, I had to do that for a while too.
well. I don't know where we lost you in the recap, but
That's okay. I remember everything that happened.
excellent. And so the last thing that we left off was with the shout from the darkness as they cried out, "Give us the crystals." And we had stopped at the top of initiative round with Noth.
Who's not the top?
Yes. Getting some music.
Alright, the turn order is
Hey.
good.
Look who's back.
As Noth, who has been stabbing back and forth at this guy on the edge, has just recently made his way out of the edge of the globe of darkness, as some of you saw him recently appear out. He is going to step back and seemingly ready a swing for if anything comes out. Which will bring it over to Nithirn, who, as a quick recap, you felt multiple of them around you. A couple of them nicked you here and there in the darkness. We're not quite sure exactly what you were dodging. Attempted to light up a rock and toss it on the ground, but the darkness itself seemed to just swallow it, where you decided to just retreat and try and get out of this dark sphere and retreat back to the moonlight, where you do have a good amount of vision. But you were confronted with a globe of darkness, and you see no allies immediately. You do see over here, to the left side of the globe from your perspective, looking at it, one of the wheels of the cart and the corner of it sticking out, giving you maybe some amount of bearing and perspective as to where you are.
Actually, from my perspective, I don't see that. I know it's over there someplace, but there's a bush and something in the way.
It's
the
not
globe,
a super tall bush, but yeah.
Okay, and the globe kind of blocks me from seeing that at the angle currently.
Yeah.
So I'm going to 50-50. Let's see, high left, low right. Okay, high. So 5. So I know it's over here. 10, 15. Is there kind of a way through this bush over here?
The bush is difficult movement. Difficult terrain.
Then I will.
As it's like an entire bush you're trying to climb over. Push through.
15, 20, 25. What's my movement speed? I can't remember.
30, I think, still?
Probably 30, yeah. 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Okay.
Excellent.
Push. and I see somebody.
You do.
Stop.
You see Noth, you see Taween, and maybe the sliver of Fizz. You definitely see the lights coming from over there, around the
Full
edge of the
defense.
globe.
Or no, I can't do full defense, so I'm still in my defensive attack mode.
No, you didn't declare any attacks, so you can't use fighting defensively either.
Well, I meant with the rope dart.
Oh, yeah.
Rope dart defense.
Yes. Reginald, you just recently were attacked by one out of directly from the square below you. The arm swang out and tried to graze across you, but it retreated back and into the globe. You're not sure
Okay.
how far?
I am gonna move back one.
Yep.
Try to take out my crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
Let us see if I take it out. I do not take it out.
You don't want that.
It's not a good
That's
idea.
not helpful with
So-
darkness.
Nope. So I change my weapon into a long spear, and I stab into the darkness from where I am.
Excellent. Get it. Get the darkness. You got
I
it.
do not get
The
the
darkness
darkness.
is vanquished. Potentially. Although you didn't feel anything with it. Now, this is a question that I, as the DM, need to know. Who is carrying the Astron crystals?
I am.
Okie dokes.
But how would anybody know that?
Perhaps they have their ways.
That's true. Maybe.
Perhaps
Magic.
they detect as magical.
But I have many magic things on me.
You do. All right. For those of you who can hear, you hear the door of the carriage get opened, and those up in the front can kind of see it bob to the side a little bit as weight is added to it.
There's people in there.
And then you see it bob to the side again. And that's all that they do. Fizz.
Wait, hang on. Wizrune and Drix are still in there, right?
Yeah.
They are still in there, yes.
Okay.
What is Wizroom doing right now is the question. Because I'm pretty sure he would have woken up by now.
Oh, we
Indeed.
woke him up before that.
Yeah.
He's already awake.
Yep, he was readying himself at the back end of the caravan by the window, but then everything went dark, and you haven't seen him do anything since, as he's been subsumed in darkness. There's also Drix inside the caravan.
That's not good.
Sorry, did you say it was my turn?
Yes, Fizz. You,
Hey. I'm gonna 5-foot step to the square that is northeast of me at an angle.
Yep. Oops. Get out of here, Globe.
Is there anybody that I can shoot at with my crossbow?
You see no visible enemies. However, you can shoot into the darkness if you wish.
No, I'm gonna prepare to shoot if one of the hooded bad guys comes out of the darkness. So I'm hoping everyone's stepping away so that they come into the light.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. So from the darkness, you hear Wizrun call out, Is that you guys? Drix! Drix, get out! Run! And there's some more shaking of the cart. But as to what's happening inside, you're not sure. Halloween. You see all of this happening. Everyone's kind of just standing uneasily on the edge, outside the edge of the globe, waiting for something to happen. But nothing seems to be appearing.
Does anybody know how to drive a cart?
Horses aren't hooked up.
Yes, the horses are attached to trees nearby, as Drix normally does in the evening.
Yeah, I was more asking for if Drix isn't around to drive said carriage.
Ah! Nobody has driven it thus yet. So I suppose nobody knows if it's difficult or not.
How heavy is the cart?
Make an intelligence check. Shaween, you've been in the cart. You know there's maybe 70 or so pounds of supplies atop of it. There's the various things inside of it. However, it is on wheels. It's not outside the realm of possibility that it could be still moved with brute force. Although it certainly will still probably weigh quite a bit and need some amount of strength. You're probably looking upwards of 500 pounds or so, if not more.
500 pounds.
No drag.
Yep.
Can I move?
Did you wish to move elsewhere?
I do.
Where would you have gone?
When I can, I want to move here and open up the door.
Okay. That would be on your next turn then.
Okay.
Oh, wait, are there more than one entrance? Is that
Yes, there is the entrance up the front that leads in from the driver's section, and then there's the side entrance as well as two main windows. There's a couple of smaller windows as well, but there's two bigger ones.
And the side entrance is in the shadows.
Yes, yes. Which is the bigger entrance. The one up by the driver's door is a bit smaller. It's not like a full doorway or anything, but it's small enough for somebody, big enough for somebody to slip through, so that they can come in and out on travel if need be.
Where's the road? Drax, get out front entrance.
Other people inside!
Yes, I know. God damn it. I'm not going back in the fucking shadows. Unless someone could fucking cast something that will get rid of this.
I do not have dispels.
Make a knowledge arcana check or a spellcraft check. Halloween, since you've said that.
Yep. You know.
Yeah. So, magical darkness often plays a power struggle with other magical lights. It does not have that same fight with actual fire.
That you'll let go out.
Again.
It then becomes about how much the magical darkness is reducing the amount of light, as opposed to directly combating whether or not a magical light can exist or not within it. But what
Sure.
what
I
do
will,
you?
as a I should have. Do I have equipment wise? Because I don't have any fucking spells. Do I have equipment wise though? We need fire to be able to see in the shadows. Anyone have a torch?
I have a torch. It's in my bag, though.
Where's your bag?
Yeah, where's your bag?
I carry a bag around with me.
Even when being abruptly woken in the night?
Damn it!
I'm just asking. If narratively you think you'd have it on you in that circumstance, considering how you were woken and how you moved. Consider what you may or may not have, if who is or isn't wearing
Oh.
armor.
I would technically have it because I've been using my potions.
Yep.
Because I do need to use my potions, so I would have it, yes.
Like that bag that you keep next to you, and it's like your purse.
Yep. Yep.
So what are you doing, Tawin?
Fuck. Oh, sure. Tywin would move over to Reginald then.
Okay.
Now, with a shield, I can't carry something with my shield arm, can I?
No, not really. Not with the size of shield you have. Because you're having to
going to-
actively hold on to the handle of the shield as well.
Yeah, I'm going to drop the shield then.
Okay.
And then reach into Reginald's bag and grab a torch, and if I can light it in this turn.
One torch gone.
You would need both hands to light it, but you could pull it from his... Because you're also holding your spear, right? So you have spear and shield in one hand, you're dropping your spear, you could reach in and grab it,
Yeah.
but without your other hand free and a flint and tinder or something nearby.
I don't know what to do then. I'm not going back in the fucking shadows. Fuck that. I'm not going to fucking fight these guys in a fucking wagon.
What would I have to roll to know how flammable a nearby set of bushes is?
It's summertime, so there's like rains here and there. Things are green. It's not necessarily gonna blow into flame at the easiest fire, but it could catch if enough fire damage was dealt to it.
You know what? No. This is what we'll do. I'll yell at Narth. Narth, help me with the wagon. We're pulling it. And then I will rage after that, because I don't think I had raged before that. Or at least I don't have it on my sheet that I had.
Either way, you can start ticking down.
I don't have the modifiers up yet. And I'm going to run over here and just fucking grab onto this part. Oh, what the heck is going on? Why is... Roll20 does not like this.
Yeah, the bushes have some weird, like, lighting things that's being an issue right now. Just get rid of them. You know there's bushes.
Yeah, I'm standing right here. I'm grabbing onto this, and as my standard action, I'm going to attempt a strength roll by myself.
Alright, you begin trying to pull it out. Not budging yet, but maybe with Noth, the two of you together will make progress. And
Are we still doing...
Huh?
Are we still doing, like, turn order, or...
yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does still matter at the moment.
Yeah, so that will be my turn.
Also, before I forget, and we move on to the second round here, real quick, Fizz and Nithyan need to make fortitude checks from things that happened in the last session's beginning of this encounter. You each got somewhat scraped with the blades.
I don't think I ever took any damage. But it did get through my armor. Like it didn't go through my armor reduction, but I didn't. So do you still want me to make a fortitude save?
No. Just Nithyan.
Okay. I did get attacked, but it was.
Yeah, I recall now.
So do I know something happened to me?
Not necessarily. Nothing has happened yet.
Okay.
Depending on this fortitude check, you may or may not begin to feel something. Okay. You will begin to feel where the blade dragged across your skin. Even though it was a slight nick, there is a spreading, like, pain coming from that spot. It's not the cut of the blade itself. It's something more. And you
What do I suspect it is?
probably a poison of some sort, as you take 2 strength damage.
Okay.
And you have failure.
Okay.
Right, so back to the top, Noth. You see him like he is ready to swing at anything coming out of this darkness. He looks over at you and just and runs over as he starts sheathing his weapon.
They're not going to come at us. They're only going to attack what's still in the darkness.
And we'll begin.
Let me guess. He also rolled really low.
A 4 plus 6, but yes. So this round, you guys, or for that round, you guys will have made no progress with the cart, but you're both there, and you are beginning the pull. You can definitely feel as he comes up and grabs it, though, like it begins to rock forward a little bit as you guys both give off a little bit and start readying yourselves for your next push.
Yeah.
Nithyan. I think I just double clicked. Yep, that's okay. Nithyan.
Do I save at the top of my turn?
It is the end. I don't remember. Go ahead and save now. No,
Okay,
because no, it's you save at the end of your turn.
Okay, so I will invest since I feel that I'm needing fort saves, I will invest I will use 1 point to add sacred bonus to my fort save.
Yeah.
And then I'm still moving. How do you do that move thing with distance again?
You have the ruler.
No, I thought there was a way that you could like.
Oh
use the
yeah,
ruler.
if you have your token grabbed, as you right click during the movement, it will show you the distance. Just you though.
Right click.
As you're holding left click,
okay.
holding the token in your mouse, you can also right click along the movement, and it will put like a pin down, and then when you release left click, it'll drop you.
Yeah, got it. Move and hold an action. Hold an action. Defensive with defensive fighting.
Okay. You're hold
an attack.
Okay. Reginald. Nithyan runs over in front of Fizz.
Does she look hurt?
Oh, also fort save Nith.
Okay.
Not really. There's like a
Okay.
minor cut on her that you may or may not even see in this light during the fray. Okay, you're fine.
James is muted.
Sorry, I just got disconnected for a sec there because my computer's coming back up finally.
All right. Well, I'm moving here, or here on the side,
Clambering up to
and
the.
opening the door.
Yep.
Who do I see in front of it?
Nobody. You see like the first half of the caravan, and then just the edge of the darkness. As since
Alright,
the side door is open, it was allowed to pour in.
I take out my torch,
Yep.
and I try to light it.
Okie dokes. I don't know if there's an actual thing for lighting a torch, but we'll just say the standard action, and you're able to light it with the like lighting stick thing that comes with it. I imagine.
Yep.
That you have.
And I don't toss it in, but I push it into the carriage to let people try to dispel a bit of the darkness if I can.
Mm-hmm.
To see further in. Anything?
Well, with the torch lit, you do the dark level of light rises to dim, and you can see both Drix and Wizrun inside at the back. There's one of these creatures that is just kind of in the doorway still, and then there is one on top of it. Basically, they're all being revealed right now, except for 1, 2. Yeah, that one's not. But everybody inside the globe still is considered in dim light.
And I yell out, I can see them!
Everyone can at this point. Well, except for the people inside.
I thought they'd be able to see them if I had the torch in there as well.
It's more about line of
So
sight.
does that trigger my attack then, or?
Alright.
Because I had readied an action, right?
Yes. Yeah, you can now see the two on the edge, so you would be able to release your shot.
Oh. Sorry, were they within 30 feet of me?
Yes, they are.
So, do that roll. Yeah. So there's going to be
18.
Yes, that will make contact. And
Nice shot.
the one on the left or the right that you see? Well, you actually see three of them. There's the one on the far left, which is on top of the caravan, and then there's the two on the ground next to him.
probably the one on top of the caravan. And so I get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Excellent.
+1 damage.
9 damage.
9
Nice.
damage, yes. All right. So Reginald, you had lit the thing. Yep. Okay, their turn. So this one steps into the caravan entirely and is going to swing out at Wizrun. Which is dagger. However, that's going to miss Wizrun. The one on top of the caravan is going to shift to the side and stab down at the small gnome. An 11 does miss you.
Ooh, nice.
Yes. The one on the ground to the right is going to stab up at you. And that will definitely hit. However, only for 1 damage.
DR.
Indeed. So this brings up a minor secondary rule that you guys don't really proc much, but there might come a time where you guys need to be aware of the rule. For things like poisons on weapons and secondary effects, like a creature with, grab requires that you actually hit, and it doesn't matter if you do damage or not. But for things that require that you do damage, if the attack roll is the defense plus your DR, the secondary effect still happens. Because otherwise, many creatures, particularly like animals, that are only dangerous because they have a poisonous bite, can never hurt anybody with even 1 DR, if that makes sense.
So explain that again.
So, effectively, for something, mostly it comes up with poison, and it might like disease or like energy drain, things like that for undead. If they don't, if the ability requires damage being done normally, then it does not happen if they just hit your defense. But if your DR plus your defense, which is normal AC, is still hit, then the secondary effect still happens.
Okay.
Because otherwise, rats basically can never poison anybody with any amount of DR, and that defeats the purpose of them in the system.
Okay.
So in this case, it did still roll, because it rolled like a 20-something in total.
So I still get poisoned?
So the poison still touches you. Like, there's like a minor non-damaging cut that happens. It's just he didn't actually hit hard enough to do damage, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But still exposed you. So roll a fort save.
Damn you.
Okay.
Nope.
1 strength damage.
I hate you. I don't have much strength. You know that, right?
Now you have less. This one here moves up to you and is going to provoke from you.
Sweet.
You can go ahead and do your attack first.
Might provoke for me too.
No, the movement's a 5-foot step. That's not why it's provoking.
Oh, okay.
That will miss. As he reaches up, and with a combat maneuver bonus of 12, is that your CMD?
Nope.
Okay. You see he reaches out and tries to take the torch from your hand.
Somebody's gonna get beat on.
And
God damn.
yes.
Wasn't he over here?
Yeah, he was outside of the dim light that you were providing with the torch.
So I have
barely.
10-foot. I have 10-foot reach right now.
You have a 10-foot ranged attack.
Right now. Oh, so that doesn't provoke.
No, not the way he moved.
Okay, got it.
And stabby. 16, I think, does hit you. Yeah.
Does it?
And he's flanking with the one above you. 4 damage.
3 damage.
Oh wait, sneak attack.
Poison stack.
3 more damage. It raises the DC
Yeah, right. Yeah, raises DC.
as more of it's in your system
No.
now.
Sneak attack is just right to the wound.
No, it is.
That's-
It is.
that's
It
one
is the
wound.
D6, and it on top of that 7 damage, it is 1 wound point automatically. It's both.
1 wound point.
Yes. So 7 damage total before the DR, and then a wound point.
Okay.
Get out of there, Reginald.
He has the light. He must die. That does bring it to you.
They are trying to hurt Reginald. They must die.
Yes, you see he lights that torch up, and they just fucking swarm him.
Whose turn?
It's Fizz, who is muted.
Fizz. Fizz. Fizz.
Yes.
Fizz. Fizz.
Yes,
Yeah, see
I
what
can actually see the board right now. So
Oh my gosh.
I know. Advances in technology.
Yes. Reginald
Well,
struck the torch and is getting swarmed now because of it. There's one that even tried to reach out and take it from him.
I'm going to cast a spell. My good dear friend, Reg.
Cast away.
I guess the 3 that I could see, they're outside the cart, aren't they? Or
Yeah.
I guess he's sort of like standing on it, and they're
One of them is standing on top of it, and then there's 3 on the ground just out on the outskirts of the wheel, all reaching up, stabbing, and reaching at Reginald.
okay. So I'm gonna cast Grease. And it's a 10-foot square, so I'm gonna take the 2 guys that are closest to me, and they're gonna be slipping and sliding.
Alright, there is the grease. What is the reflex save that they have to make? It is a 21 and a 19. So they probably
Doesn't
pass.
Yeah.
But I will write it down for future. Grease, you see. Any movement for you on top of that?
I'm gonna take another and 5 I'm gonna step to the right so that I'm at an angle to this here, and I don't know if it's
I got you.
okay. Yeah, because my internet on my
All
And now it's back.
good. Okay. Wizrune. Yes. He is going to try to cast offensively and roll a concentration check. He is fine. As I guess Reginald, you can kind of see it poking in, even though you're more concerned with everybody else on the side of you. You see he reaches into his pouch and he pulls this handful of multicolored sand up to his lips. And as he casts some arcane words, he then just and blows all the sand from his hand. As it does, magic takes the sand and it shoots forth in this radiating collage of colors in front of him. And the one in front of him has to make a will save, which is a 12 versus his DC of
Should be higher than that.
More than 12. Let's see. It's based on its HD. Okay. Excellent. Oh boy. He is blinded and stunned for 4 rounds and then stunned for a 5th round after.
Wow.
Nice.
He's out.
Yeah, he's out for a bit. Well, we don't know this.
Nope, we don't know.
No.
I don't even.
And then he just looks over at Drix and says, "Go." Who 5, 10, 15 fumbles and trips over the top and flumps out of the side of the caravan and just hits the hay like a grenade was coming for him. You hear the twang of the guitar as he sprints past it and kicks it. Taween, you and Noth both have a hold of it. What do you do?
Now, seeing that things have changed slightly, Reginald is in a lot of danger.
Reginald's fine. He's healthy.
For now.
Reginald will always be healthy.
Rex is safe. I don't know that this guy's fucking blinded and everything for 4 rounds.
All you would have seen from like inside the entrance of the cart's door is just this flash and then darkness again. Like a flashbang just went off in there.
I know
Of
Wizroom
rainbow.
can fight. I know Wizroom can fight to some extent, so I'm gonna say he's fine. Bad plan. Just attack.
Make up mind!
I'm sorry. I didn't know they would actually
Go!
kill the shadow. So then I move right here. And because I move right here and attack him with flanking.
You would have to be one further right to flank with.
I thought we both just had to be on different sides of the enemy.
Nope. Pathfinder, you have to be directly across. You're thinking of Pokemon.
Yep,
All right.
that'll do
Move
it.
right there and then flank. Not really worried about flanking.
It is a +2 bonus.
It is, and it'll probably watch it'll help. And then I'm just going to attack him with my fucking spear.
Okay. And only because of the flanking, you hit. I just lost the pictures of Nithir and RJ and Fizz.
We lost a picture of you.
Lost you, yeah.
Excellent. I still have Tim.
Yay.
Oh,
It's the only person you care about.
Nithir's back.
I'll just reconnect with mine.
Yeah, if I reconnect, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs close that I have popped out right now.
Can you see me now?
Not yet, no. And that does 6 damage.
Yes.
Noth, grumbling, steps over.
Hey, Tywin will take the blame for that one. That was a bad plan, but
That's
I
right.
really didn't think they would come out of the shadows.
Bam!
They didn't come out of the shadows. They were revealed within.
Well, the one's completely out.
Tasty.
It's a good hit. Goes down on that one from Noth. As he
Is that the same one Fizz hit as well?
Nope, Fizz hit the one on top. But he did hit the one that you just hit as well. as it turns to stab Reginald in the back, it just gets speared and then blasted on the side by a falchion. Nithirn.
It's still up.
Yeah. It looks hurt, but
how does this
I guess
wound on
hard
how
to
does this
tell.
wound on me feel still? Is it still burning?
No, you are fine. The burning subsides. I mean, the damage remains, but the burning subsides.
Yeah. Okay. But I see the grease.
You do.
Okay, so I will take a investor and increase my reflex.
Mhm.
I will 5-foot step in.
Mm-hmm. Reflex.
I will reflex save.
You are fine.
Thought I would be. And I will beat the crap out of him. First hit, and I will be intimidating.
All right. So this is non-lethal.
This is non-lethal, correct?
As you strike, make contact, and bash him.
And where's my intimidate button? Oh, here it is. Intimidate. That should do it. Which will reduce his... Do all the reductions. You need that information again?
No, I have it.
Okay. And then I will smack him again.
Lethal or non-lethal?
Still non-lethal.
Okay. All right. You come up, electricity crackling from your fists as you 1-2 him right in the spine. Oddly, he makes no response gasp. Just takes it quietly.
Oh, as if there's no damage?
No, not as if there's no damage. You see him arc and bend and everything, but there's no grunt of pain in response
Okay.
that most people would give.
Did he make any sound when we stabbed him and fucking chucked him with a sword?
No. Reginald.
Okay.
Reginald will take a 5-foot step this way
Mm-hmm.
and stab with the long spear.
All right. On the one on top, or which one? You
The
have
one.
3 options.
I'll go with the one on top.
Okay.
Melee attack. Wait. This shouldn't be the temp because it's just a normal thing right now. Normal spear. Long spear. Size with a +1 because it is magic.
Boom.
Boom.
That'll hit, yes.
All right. Then a 1d6 +1 +1. Nope. 1d6 +1 +0.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the strength damage.
Stupid strength damage.
Which,
2.
by the way, make a fort save. As you stab in, and you can feel, now that you're moving your arms about, the burning. Oh. However,
I have a decent fort save.
the burning subsides. All right, they swing to action. That one in there is stunned.
And you got grease to deal with too, so.
Yep, they are gonna roll grease. 17 and 21. They are quite agile, whatever they are. This one is going to use a good portion of its movement climbing to the left up onto the caravan itself and then hopping down nearer to Reginald as it is going to try and grab for the torch, but misses horribly. Go ahead and make an attack of opportunity, Reginald.
Nope.
No. You swing it. He reaches for you, but you stab back and miss as well. Those two that did not fall. Let's see. The lower one.
So even with a successful save, they could only move half their speed through the grease.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they can't
And
5-foot step into it.
DC is 10 acrobatics
Or out of it then.
Yep.
to move.
So if they have to take a move action to get out of
Yeah.
my reflex.
Let's see if they know that. That one does, and so does that one. Okay. They realize that if they try to tempt this grease, that it will end in their being defenseless. So they are instead just going to focus their energies on. See, one's going to stab at Mythiern. Since they're not flanking, they're not going to try and duo. Pretty sure 19 misses still.
Miss.
The other one is going to stab at Taween for an 18.
It hits.
Now that is lower than your DR plus everything, so the 4 damage not only gets blocked by your DR, but you do not get exposed either.
Alright.
Fizz. The tides are turning, it seems.
Come on, Fizz.
Hey.
Kill them all with your lyrics.
Is there still a guy? Is there still a guy standing on top of the caravan?
There is.
I'm gonna shoot him.
There's 2
with my
actually now.
crossbow. Well, if I can distinguish the one that I shot before, that's the one I'm gonna shoot.
Excellent.
If he's still on top.
Absolutely.
Where's roll? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. So which one is he? Is he the one that's
He's
towards
the
top?
he's that middle
Oh,
one
okay.
there. However,
so it'll be-
an 8 will miss.
It is +1 to both, but yeah.
A 9
that
will
doesn't-
unfortunately still miss. As it sails off into the distance, into the fields behind these bushes you've made camp in.
Yeah. Somebody in the distance just took an arrow to the knee.
About a block away.
10, 15, 20, 25. Wizrune just comes out of the side door, and since there is light still in the area, he has enough sight to skirt around the edge of the grease and get out over here. In the chaos, he is going to take a swing from one of them who rolls a natural 1.
Yay.
Which one rolled a natural one?
Gotta be one of the ones in the grease.
The
probably.
left, the bottom one in the grease, yeah. Who is now not feeling so well. He is having second thought, which is clouding his judgment.
Just real
Wizroom,
quick,
yes.
are you able to see me on the
Yes.
on the video now?
I actually
Okay,
have
cool.
everyone on video again.
Yay!
I only have the seer.
That's okay.
That's all you
I
need.
don't have RJ.
Alright, as Wizroom outstretches his hands towards this one, and 2 purple bolts of force fling from his hands and at the creature, unerringly hitting it for 7, 8, 9 damage between the 2.
Nice.
As these 2 slams of force
Fucking-
just slam into him. Oops. Taween. Oh, also Drix was
Taween.
going on. Drix gets up and he runs off and runs behind this boulder and huddles.
Tywin is. I'm just gonna stab at the fucker in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything else to do. The guy just stabs things.
No longer flanking, but you are able to
Yep,
make the stab.
No.
Why am I rolling so bad?
Unfortunately, for the second 2 in a row, you missed. Well, that's the third. Reginald's attack was a 2 as well. You stab
So
at it,
many
and
twos.
despite it looking like it's moving less defensively, it's clearly being slowed down by the damage it's taking. Let's see if Noth takes its head off.
North.
He will. He always does.
Chop!
Whoa!
Oh, God.
Oh god.
That looks like a head
only
off to
a
me.
12.
That
still-
hits
that should
because it is wounded and has
Okay.
minus 2 AC.
Yeah.
That.
just
Go ahead.
no, I was just so for reference, the reflex save on the grease for standing up is 14.
Excellent.
Sorry.
No problem. Noth hits it, and he just. And
He's dead?
it cuts through the front side of this dark assassin. And then there's this moment where, like, it begins to fall backwards, and as it does, you just see it crumple into ash. And as it's cracking, and you can see it beginning to almost fall inward, it crumples, and then the ash explodes outward. Everybody within 10 feet of it needs to make a fortitude save.
Fortitude again? Okay.
Sucks
That
to
is-
be you guys.
20.
Tawi, Nithirn, Noth, Reginald.
27.
18.
Pretty much everyone except me and Wizrun.
Yes. Noth fails.
And
And
do they themselves need to take them?
no, they're unaffected by this.
Okay.
Noth blah 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 blah. Oh boy. Noth is blinded for 6 rounds
No.
as the ash gets all in his eyes. And you hear him just, and he like releases a hand off the falchion and starts furiously like rubbing away at his eyes, which is not helping in the slightest. Nithirn, for those of you who saved, you were able to like block the ash from getting in your eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, very quickly just put my hands up and blocked it.
Not only is he just a bot, he's not even a body. He's just gone.
Right. Okay. So in the reaction, all of a sudden you see a kind of a static field. The way I'm swinging my arms and my movements form, and in kind of a you ever see movies where like a lightning travels through the air like this, like a staticky thing, like a staticky field?
Mhm.
I appear here. I poof and appear here.
Carried by a bolt of electricity, she deforms and reforms on the driver's seat.
These are both within range at that location, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I, let's see. I wave blade the one that's been bugging Reginald.
Okay. The one to your right.
Yep.
A 13 will miss.
Okay. And I don't think I can flurry of blows, right? With after I do a move action.
No, because that's a move
That's
action.
considered a move. Okay.
Yep.
And that's it.
All right, Reginald. Nithyarin
Reginald?
is suddenly next to you.
Oh. Well, this doesn't change anything, and actually, I try to drop the spear in my hand.
Feel safe, Reginald.
Yes?
There's a moment of clarity. How could you be so foolish? Why have you continued to use this thing again and again in these situations that make no sense? And you are free of it as it clatters to the ground.
Then I move over here, get out my bomb.
There is just a wave of what the hell have I been doing?
And I throw a bomb right here. Well,
Bomb throws.
Where is he throwing it? Is he throwing it at my grease?
He is.
Okay. Well, do you see how close the cart is?
I'm pretty sure the wheels are metal. It'll be fine.
The grease doesn't ignite things all around it anyway, so it's only.
Yeah, I mean, it'll burn the fuel before it starts burning other things. So it's like how you can like light your hand on fire with axe spray and be okay.
Technically, once you take away the grease, the fire should be gone too.
Right.
Yeah,
We shall see.
and the grease lasts 3 minutes. So
Now, are you targeting the square or the character in the square?
I'm just targeting the square.
Okay. So that means, what's the splash damage for both of them?
It would be 4.
Okay, so 2, because they both reflex out. Yeah, and 2/4 damage is not enough to even bypass or like
It's fire.
seriously screw the hull of the thing and all. However,
Yep.
the grease does alight a flame.
Does he get more damage?
Not yet,
it's like gonna be on his turn.
but the fire spreads, and yeah, then I'll say anything starting their turn or entering into the grease area also is going to take fire damage, half reflex, and if they do take fire damage, they may actually alight if they're flammable. Which is their
I
turn.
don't know why.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say I don't know why I asked if like the trees looked like they were flammable because we had like a thunderstorm a few days ago,
Yep.
You did.
so
Um,
stuff is probably still a little damp.
It is slightly. He makes his grease saving throw and his fire saving throw. So he is not caught on fire, and he takes half of a d6, which is, I rolled a 5, so 2. Very, very dexterous creatures, it seems. At least agile. It is going to move here, and there, and come around on Wizrun, stabbing at him and missing. Oh, wait, hold on. What is Wizrun's defense? That might hit.
Man, when you paused there for a sec, it gave me a heart attack. I was like, did my internet just go down again?
A 12 does hit Wizrun, unfortunately. For his unarmored body, he takes 3 damage. And has to make a fort save, which I can just press his button. Right, yeah.
That saves.
He is fine. Let's see. This one, 5 foot steps to the side, and they stab. The one waiting for its partner to be in position. The one is now technically at. Yeah, doesn't matter for these purposes. Let's see. First stab. No, that is not going to hit you at all. However, this natural 15 plus 23.
Will hit.
Okay. So you will need a fort save, and it is a sneak attack because he's flanking.
Failed.
Okay. So that is 6 damage, 1 wound, and 1 strength damage.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Let's see that. And then he ticks down because he is still absolutely screwed. Fizz!
Yes.
I wasn't fast enough.
I'm just imagining this very acrobatic battle happening on the helm of the Nithir, dodging and weaving, them jumping around, front flipping off the top into the driver's seat, swinging at him or her.
Okay, who's up?
It's me.
It's Fizz.
I'm just trying to. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do.
Will your grease away?
But why? Fire good.
right now. Yeah,
I mean,
fire
it's a
right
light. It's a light source. So I think it's getting pretty close to.
It is an actual fiery light source right now, which is providing more illumination into the globe.
Yes. I gotta start a bardic performance. Play a little ditty. And I'm going to inspire Wizrune. So he's gonna get +1 to attack and weapon damage.
Excellent. And any movement for you?
No, well, actually, yeah, I'm gonna just move there, just in case hooded figure decides to go around Wizrune and come at me.
Okay. So, Wizrune, as part of a full round action, is going to 5-foot step back. And then his full round action is his dual spellcasting ability that he is about to use. As he raises both hands, and in total, he just slings 2 arcane force bolts, slings the other hand, 2 more arcane force bolts, as he shoots off 2 magic missiles.
So I think I don't know how that works exactly, but it says +1 competence on attack and weapon damage rolls. So
yeah, that won't help his magic missiles here, but
okay. Like, it won't affect the damage, but I don't know if he has to roll for attack.
Nope, magic missiles always hit.
he has
Always
now
hits,
used
yeah.
4 of his first level spells slots. As force missiles bombard this creature. Blasting right through it in places. Like gunshots. Taween.
Alright. So, Tyween.
He is blowing through his spells. He's got 1 more first level.
Tyween will move right here to protect Wizrune,
Uh-huh.
and then stab at this fucker.
Alright. Just as the barrage comes across the field, you swing and dash right in behind the missiles, making contact and blasting this guy in the chest with your spear.
Mhm.
He takes it, but with no noise. As Noth, he's still blind, but he's going to swing where he believes there was one, and still is one, and can hear things, because that is the Noth way. As he steps over and just mercilessly swings forward. That is going to have some negative, and he has to roll a percentile because he's blind. He is fine on the percentile. Does make
course he is.
contact. And chop.
He's like, fuck this blindness.
As he cleaves into the thing's like thigh on the right side. Nithyarin, the same one that stabbed you, just got hacked at. Fortitude save. I really need to figure out if that happens at the top of the round.
For who? Who's doing a fortitude? Me?
Yes. Yes, you're poisoned.
Okay. So I know that, correct?
Yes.
So I can feel the burning, so I know what to do, and so I'm using another one of my points. Fortitude fail. How much? Strength damage.
Sorry. Okay, that is 1.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the quick answer to when
Okay,
the hell
I
you
will-
actually...
5 foot step back. Flurry of blows. Wave blade on the one that not us hit, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Bad. That's it. Done.
Okay. You swing out with your wave blade twice, and perhaps it's the poison, perhaps it's the odd footing dashing down the front side of the cart, but they both go wide. And Reginald, actually, 11. The 11 hits.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Then 5 damage. And intimidate if it matters.
All right.
Yeah.
Reginald.
All right. I try to cast Prestidigitation,
You don't
one
even
there.
have to roll a will save.
and I try to clear whatever is bugging Noth's eyes.
Okay. Make a spellcraft check. That's not a technical use of it, but we'll see how well you can control your magic.
I control my magic well.
Yeah,
Nice.
we'll say where not normally used for cleaning out one's eyes of stuff. You swing the magic of prestidigitation in just the right way, and you see all of the black ash kind of just pulled outside of his eyes and off of his face. His whole head, in fact, is immaculately clean for probably the first time in years, maybe.
I got all the zits as well. It's
You
great.
actually come to realize in this moment he's about 2 shades of green lighter than you've ever seen him before. It's actually just been so much dirt and junk on his face that has made his skin appear darker than it truly is.
I'm gonna have to talk to him about that.
Any movement for you?
No.
Of course, the rest of his form is all armored, so you're not sure what that must look like.
Nor do you want to.
Yeah. And I say, "Are you okay now?"
I can see! And were you moving at all?
Nope.
Okay. Their turn. Despite this one right here looking very weak, it mercilessly stabs at Noth with a 3 and misses. The one on the left rolls a natural 1. And this is very fitting. He gets the card off balance and takes a -4 penalty on all attack rolls for a round. As like he goes to swing and is just barely keeping himself from falling off the side of the cart as he loses his footing. And then there is the one in front of Wizrune, who is going to hit Wizrune. Or no, sorry, Taween.
Taween.
I was
There's
about to say, how is
A
it?
23 does hit Taween, though.
Yeah.
As
For sure.
there is 3 damage coming in, and then that does beat your combined total, which will expose you to the poison still. So I need a fortitude
Alright.
save.
Fortitude. Good.
You were fine. Some measly poison can't hurt you. Fizz.
Yes.
2 of them are looking very immobile.
Are those the 2 that are on the cart, or?
The one on the right side of the cart and the one in front of Halloween. The other one's... The third one's even having a hard time trying to stay on the cart in general, for that matter. They all are in various states of distress.
Is there a way to, like... Cool. So he's within 30 feet
He is.
of me. So I'm gonna maintain my bardic performance on Wizrune. Wizrune, you're a great guy. Maybe throw some knives or something.
That's real nice of you to say. Weird timing.
And then I'm gonna get my character sheet open. Oh, I was on the right page. Okay. I'm gonna. I mean, from outward appearances, you're gonna see me. It looks like I'm screaming, but you don't. You guys don't hear anything.
Interesting.
But little far dude does. Wow.
Ah.
So it's gonna. So I need to roll 2d6.
He's going to fortitude save and only roll a 13.
So that fails. So if I do that, 10
Dang.
sonic damage.
That is a lot of sonic damage.
Yep.
And he is dazed,
I don't know why the damage. I must not have set that up.
which is
correctly on
some
the
negatives
card.
and stuff. I think he at this moment has a net like -5 or 6 to attacks right now
Nice.
because of that card he rolled too.
And that is my turn. I'm
Excellent.
not moving because I don't feel threatened.
Wizrune is not letting up, and he is going to dual cast again. This time, it is 1 magic missile. Oops. Oh, it's just still 2d4 plus 2. And then it is a... I can click the button.
Oh, the that guy's also dazed now
Yes. Yes.
for 1 round. So until my next turn, pretty much.
And then in the other hand, he shoots out a ray of frost at the creature as well. A 19 will hit, so Wizard does a total of 10 damage between his 2 spells. He is now out of first level spells.
Which one was he hitting?
The one in front
The
of
one in front
Tawin.
of him?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Tawin! It's sluggish. Its left arm is entirely just limp on its side. It's half crouched over. You're muted.
Now I do know if I kill this thing, it might do the same thing as the first one.
You saw the first one explode into ash.
Yes, but what else am I going to do? It's going to continue to attack us.
Excellent.
That will do it.
Fortitude save for you and the fair caster
This one.
as you try and shield your eyes.
Oh,
Tawin,
fail.
roll a d6 to see how long you were blinded. All right.
1 round.
Just a little bit, gotten just the left eye here, just blinking it off.
Yeah, you blocked it for the most part. Wizrun is fine. He hid behind you.
Good job, Wizard.
So it's not a huge DC to beat this.
Not chop. Not kill.
Oh.
Ooh.
Reginald,
Nice.
Nithir, and Noth. There's ash coming at your faces.
Again, what save is it?
Fortitude.
Fort.
Okay. So hang on. So I've been keeping the sacred bonus on that. Do I still have it?
Huh?
I've been maintaining a sacred bonus on that. Do I still have it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. That's a fail. It looks like. I think,
Either
though.
way, you're fine.
Yeah. Now,
Oh,
Fizz, the
Archer's-
one that
okay.
you just looked at, that one's actually inside the card still.
This one is in the card.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. You all shield yourselves from the ash that comes out towards you. Nithir, there's one more on the left there.
But I still need to do a fourth save to the poison.
Yes.
Is it multiple rounds? I assume.
Yeah. Well, wait,
Okay.
no. You saved last round, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, then yes, you do.
But this time I did for sure. So that's
Yep.
perfect.
Yep, you're fine.
Okay.
You super saved.
Yeah, the dude in front of me is Flurry of Blows, Wave Blade, Intimidate. First hit. Bam!
Yep.
Intimidate the fucker, if he is, can be. And second hit. Not so bam.
Okay.
10.
That will miss.
Okay, and I will stand.
Reginald.
Reginald, after not using it for so long, finally takes out his crossbows and fires.
This is a fantastic idea. And it is your idea.
I still miss.
You're out of practice.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, you've gotten rusty. This thing, let's see. It has a horrid minus to its attack roll. However, still rolls a straight 18 versus Nithir.
So what's its total?
18. It's pretty much just
Miss.
losing all of its bonus right now.
Miss. You're not touching me.
That thing is still stunned in the cart. Fizz.
It's my turn.
Yes.
I can't see him though, right? Because like he's in the.
The one in the cart, no, you don't really have much line of sight. You might be
Okay,
able to see
somebody's-
like a portion of an arm. You can tell he's there, but you don't really have.
Yeah, probably don't have like a shot.
This
Yeah.
I guess-
is not a concentration spell, apparently. So
What isn't?
the darkness, that's Circle of Darkness.
Oh no, it's a spell-like ability. That's why.
Okay, so somebody's still alive keeping it up.
No, it is a spell-like ability. It doesn't have concentration.
But if the person dies that cast it, doesn't it go away?
Nope.
Okay, got it. Clear.
So I'm gonna attack the one that's
Hail,
still
hail.
visible to me on the
You
thing.
fire, and you hit the backboard of the cart.
No.
Yes, absolutely. Wizrune, seeing things are going well, comes up over here, gets a better angle a little bit. Actually, no, he's just going to 5-foot step.
Oh, I'm gonna maintain my bardic inspiration on him if he ever decides to use a weapon.
Well, these Ray of Frost are using it because he's making ranged attack
okay.
rolls with it, so they're helping
Yeah.
on that aspect. Which, because of its negatives, they both hit, and he does 5 damage between the two of them. As 2 more icy beams of blue energy emanate from his pointing fingers, almost like guns at this point. He's got both pointed out, and it's just.
You
How
better
we-
make those noises.
Yeah, that's part of the that's part of the somatic portion of the spell. Who's up?
Taween is.
Tywin is blinded for 1 round, right? It goes away.
Yes, at the end of your turn here, it'll go away. But for this turn, you're blinded.
Tywin is like just gonna. I'm just gonna use my whole turn, not do anything.
You just fussing with your eyes. Yeah. Yep.
Take the blindness off of no.
Oh yeah.
Pretty much, I spend a whole round just rubbing at my eyes.
He slips past you, Nithir, and the thing stabs at him but misses horribly with a natural 3 on the die. And not chop.
Not a chop, not a kill.
Fortitude saves.
Such high damage.
Reginald, I think that's the okay.
Noth is blinded again. For 6 more rounds.
Oh my goodness. Poor guy.
And for the shorthand of this, since that thing is still ridiculously stunned in there, we will say that you guys close in on the thing and eliminate it.
If I thought, just so you know, and I thought about this a lot, whether I would have done this or not,
Yes.
I will pick up RJ's weapon to hand it back to him.
Okay.
I swear I would have done that. I was thinking, would I do that if
Well,
it was normal a
so
weapon?
before
And
we
I don't know the difference, so.
before we get to that, I guess is there any course of action you guys would take other than mercilessly slaughtering this creature?
No.
Do we want to try and interrogate him? Because I mean, he's stunned, so we could.
Unless told otherwise, Noth intends to charge in and smash. And you can clearly see he begins to do that. Unless...
Well, I mean, I'm too far away to stop him, so that's what he wants to do.
Tywin's not gonna stop him.
Well, I mean, unless anybody said anything, perhaps, but...
Yeah,
Reginald's
I
fine
know.
with it.
Like, I won't even say anything if I see Noth is rushing into the caravan.
Oh, wait, he's blinded, so he wouldn't. So, either way.
Oh, okay.
Either way. How do you guys deal with this last stunned one?
Gang up on it, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
For brevity's sake.
we're done.
Is anyone hurt?
I sign, I feel weak. Here's your weapon.
Oh wait, no.
Nithir,
Or do
make a will save.
I try to say, wait, no.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it depends on if RJ even takes it, but she holds it out.
Oh,
And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. Or to keep it.
'Cause
Or to keep it. 'Cause you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion to not keep it. And you don't feel the compulsion
How are you feeling?
I sign. Fine.
All right, you should. That is a very jealous weapon. I say it.
I don't understand.
The weapon wants to be used. It's useful.
I saw you were using.
It's useful, but it stopped me from using other weapons during fights. And since I don't like being in front, it hurts. It's not the best for me.
What do you want me to do with it?
I would want you to use it, but it'll stop you from using anything else. I think it would be best for you, but knowing who you are, I would advise you just put it in the caravan somewhere.
I could try it out.
Is
How,
the dark?
how does it work?
All you have to do is think of the weapon you want to use, and it'll change into it. It has to be a weapon you have to hold at all times, though.
Sign. I will try it.
I will try to figure out a way to help you get rid of it if you don't want to use it.
And then I sign. Okay.
And I think those daggers were poisoned. That's why some of us are feeling it. If there's still a stinging sensation, come to me and I'll try to help you. And if anybody's wounded right now, I'll start up first aid. And
I just sign. I feel I'm okay, just weak.
I will pop that up with some added information since you guys have fully identified it at this point.
Okay.
all right.
So the darkness is gone, right?
After about, it's there for about, I think 3 minutes or so.
Okay.
So anyone wounded that needs first aid?
I'm okay. Wizrune, you looked like you got mixed up a little bit.
I
You okay?
Superficial damage. A few days
Best
rest
to treat
should.
it.
I mean, if you insist, but I'm fine with just. We're going back to opportunity, right? So, like, I don't imagine we're. What
It's
the
better to be
hell
safe
were
than
those
sorry.
things?
I don't know. I've never seen anything die in quite an explosive fashion.
He failed, but anybody else can make knowledge history.
Ooh, knowledge history. Wow.
I do have that.
Oh, nothing.
This is a first.
The deaf person knows all and will tell us a very engaging story.
Nithirn, you know this, but it's not because you ever remember reading it or seeing it. You kind of know for some reason. That makes sense to you as a player, but for Nithirn, you recall learning about these creatures. You were briefed on them at one point. They're a reaction to untamed primal magic. They're almost summoned, created by arcane energies incorrectly manifested. And this is not on the scale of just one spell or something of that nature. It requires something greater to cause it. They go by many names. shadow assassins, dark assassins, all manner of variety of things, dark and shadowy. People have combined the names to try and describe them. But no one, at least with what you remember being briefed on, knew the origins of them.
But so, from the time that I would have, what would they have been called commonly?
Most people just called them shadow assassins.
Okay. So, I will sign shadow assassins. Why, wonder why shadow assassins attack us.
All I got from that is wonder why shadow. So, pretty sure the globe of shadow is mostly magic.
Magic causes these creatures.
Oh,
That's
I was
it.
like, I take out a piece of paper. It's like, you've been practicing how to write, yeah? Why don't you write down what you think it is?
So I write down
You write down
What I
that
know.
information. Okay.
in Elvish and give it to him.
Can you read
Not
Elvish,
yet,
Reginald?
I can.
Excellent.
Not yet.
I can read and write Elvish.
You have,
I just don't like doing it because it looks too fancy.
Yeah, very fancy. By the way, my calligraphy for Elvish is fantastic.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
like
a
that.
lot.
It's that writing system that requires you to write well. You can't scribble this language.
Right. And I do it in a way that, for me, just learning it, just figuring out I could do it just days ago, is like somebody that has been trained in it for years.
Or just like, I know how to write Elvish, and this looks so much better than mine.
Well,
Like, so
I-
much.
I like it.
Well, Nith says they are shadow assassins conjured by primal magics.
that is one hell of a way to wake up. You see
Yeah.
Rick's like brushing himself off.
Me not crazy.
I'm gonna go over to one of the ash piles. Stroll over to one of the ash piles.
Yeah.
Use detect magic to look at the ash pile and inspect it because I feel like maybe they were wearing something. Maybe
There is nothing but ash as its
there's
remains.
nothing but ash.
You do kind of detect the faint dispersion of magic in the area,
Yeah.
but it's like a mist receding in the morning sun. It's kind of just spreading and dissipating into the surroundings.
It's probably just the darkness. So.
Can I just make a...
Well-
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm ready to head back to bed. I don't know about you guys. That's quite enough excitement for one night for me.
Let me just finish treating these superficial wounds before I head back to bed. Can I just make one first aid check? Or one heal check?
On who?
Navar?
On who?
On the whole party, whoever got necked with that one wound.
It'd take probably an hour or two to tend everyone thoroughly, but you could. It'd just delay
Yeah.
your start in the morning.
That's fine. And heal.
I'll stroll back into the wagon, probably on my own, and go back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm providing first aid, which is 1 hit point per round.
Around?
Per round, or 1 per hour, or 1 per day. If the character has negative hit points and is losing hit points at a rate 1 per round, oh no.
That's like for bleeding things.
Yeah. So I guess I'd be treat deadly wounds.
Yeah.
And except unless you have something for this strength, I take care of myself.
Okay.
See me sit down and start pressing around with myself, doing some staticky things, hand motions a little bit.
Yeah, and
The wounds clean up completely. Everything, my color comes back to me, and then I start messing with my clothes, cleaning all the soot out of them, and if there's any marks or scratches on them, repairing them.
and for those with strength damage, you will get 1 back each night.
Okay.
For anyone who like stays up, Tywin's like, they've been following us for a few days. I'm about positive.
Not crazy
So-
after all.
No, I'm not, apparently.
Probably been following us since we left the town.
Yes, I saw them one day when we were riding on the path.
That must
didn't really
mean
say.
they were created when we left town then already. And we're already on our scents.
Yeah.
Do you think there's more?
That's hard to say.
Let's hope not.
I'm not going to bed for the rest of the night. I'll stay up and watch.
Are you sure?
I got this.
I will
Alright.
assist.
I'll sleep. I'll get some rest on the road.
We well, after everyone kind of spends a bit, touches up their wounds, reassorts themselves, and starts bedding back down, Noth comes over to you, Tywin. Just says, we joke often, but
Yeah.
you saw something, and I did not take it with honor. For that, I apologize.
You are you're fine, Narth. You're I started questioning myself after I saw them on like our first day, and it's been at least like 2 nights. I don't know why they waited so long. I was starting to question myself, to be honest.
Well, we will
took
keep
care of them. No one,
we will keep them safe.
looks like we just got some nicks and bangs here. No one died
This time.
tonight. True. I picture the two of us talking Orcish while doing this.
Oh yeah. I will watch this side. And he gets up to move to like a view where you can't see from where you're at.
I would actually start a fire now.
Good idea.
That's good.
we elves can see better in darkness than humans, so we normally don't keep fires when sleeping. But it probably will have been useful in that fight.
Orc grades benefit from no fire. Can even travel complete darkness.
You guys are a much more interesting race than humans.
Much more cultured.
Sorry for
Deep ancestry.
Yes. Sorry for bad plan of trying to move wagon. I don't know what I was thinking.
That wagon is heavy. There's a reason we have 4 horses for it.
I didn't think they would leave the shadows, okay? I don't know. I wasn't thinking.
The gnome's fire saved us.
It did. Gnome is smart.
Agreed. Rest well.
And then with that, I don't know if he does, but Tywin plans on staying up the whole night and then sleeping as they're on the road.
Yep. And it follows just as that, the night passes by the rest of the way uneventfully. The morning comes. The wind has all but blown away the piles of ash, leaving little to nothing of the battle from last night. It's almost as if it didn't even happen. One thing does remind you it was real, though, as you hear Drix complaining early in the morning about a bolt being in his driver's seat. Who in the hell? Why is this here? I can stab my back out. Whose bolt is this? And as he complains in the morning.
The bolt is too big to be mine.
Fizz, you're muted. Fizz muted.
It's mine. I was tired last night. Wait a minute, let me try to remove it.
Oh, now be careful. Don't splinter the wood. And it's all right. It's nothing. No, I just damn near stabbed myself sitting down.
Well, I mean, it's the blunt end is sticking out.
You know, you sit up against it. That blunt end. Yeah, you're not wearing armor. You're not wearing much armor. I don't wear armor, so I don't got no leather padding to go up against. It's still a stick in the back.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right.
What do you want me to, like, just a straight strength check?
No, you're fine. It just it pops out.
Okay.
He's just being nitpicky about it. And aside from that little kerfuffle in the morning, the horses get carted up. You all have, a meager breakfast. It's trail rations and small foods that Drix has gathered for the travel. And unless anybody has anything else, the road awaits before you.
My only thing is that if I don't get like a full sleep, if I'm too tired in the morning, once we're on the move, I'm going to be sleeping it as best as I can in the back of the carriage.
Yep.
And when you guys... Oh, you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just lost video from you guys, so...
And he's gone.
That did it. Oh, there he's back.
Yeah.
Trying to fake us out there, aren't you?
Yep.
I don't know what's real anymore.
It's done.
Okay. Let's see if I can get through this. When you guys returned to the wagon last night, as I was the first one to head to bed, you noticed that I'm still wearing my studded leather armor, but I'm now back to wearing my more regular travel clothes. I'm not clothed in all black anymore.
Excellent.
And I'm asleep.
As are a number of other people. Taween is on the roof taking naps. Noth passes out in the back for most of the day. Yeah, everyone is asleep. Now, surprisingly and shockingly, through that entire battle, and a wide and awake and bushy-eyed, Sin slept through the whole thing.
That's right.
Yep. I rolled a few checks for him through it. He slept through the whole thing on one of the benches, untouched, unscathed, unlooked at. He has no idea any of it happened.
They probably thought he was dead.
That seems like Sin too, though. The funny thing.
Oh, that's great.
Like his hearing isn't just quite there, so. Yep, that's awesome.
At one point, you hear him up front with Drix just go, "Why is everyone sleeping so much? Didn't they sleep last night?" And Drix just is like, hell. And you hear him recant the tale of crazy shadow demons that descended from the darkness. His darkness swarmed the caravan itself, and he was forced to dive perilously behind a rock and hide for cover. His version of the tale. A little bit off, but... But other than that, the day's travel is smooth. You're getting closer to Opportunity, and with that, you start to cross through some of Opportunity's outskirt farmlands. And they are all within full growth. You see wheat fields abundant, and you see people out tilling other fields, preparing for fall plants that are able to grow, tending to weeds and stuff. Um, and the day is more or less pleasant. There's not any inclement weather, and around dusk, you crest one of the varying rolling hilltops that you pass in and around occasionally. You come around the side of one, and there you see, off in the distance, maybe half an hour ahead of you, the walls of Opportunity. And more importantly, the first thing you see spiring up and above out of the center of Opportunity itself is the central spire, which, now that you have some more context, looks a lot like the obelisk from Balin. There's a very big architectural similarity that you now have more a new sight on.
So is this like a second day afterwards, or is this
This is
day?
the beginning of day 4 on your travels.
So 2 days went by.
Just now, just one.
One day went by. Okay.
Before the fight, there was a 2-day or 2.5, 3-day travel, and then there's this last day.
So I'm just we only had one sleep so far, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Today, yes.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm just trying. I'm trying to make sure I only increase my strength by 1. So.
Yes, since the fight, only one day is that night we just had has passed for purposes of healing.
Okay.
So we're coming up on the wall today?
Indeed.
So, yeah, I signed to RJ. Looks same.
Yeah.
As obelisk.
Yeah. No zombies in the other place, though. And out in the field.
Not alive.
I mean, out in the field, like we faced in the other place.
Underground.
Underground.
Undead.
But not out in the village. That's the good thing.
Door locked.
Yeah. We might have to talk to the dwarves about that.
So, obviously, because we're returning to Opportunity, which I may have left not on the best of terms with every, important person in the city.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I'm interestingly wearing, it's interesting. I seem to be able to carry around a lot of clothes with me because I'm wearing sort of like a hooded cloak now that you've not seen before. I don't know what you want me to roll to sort of, because I want to kind of like obscure my face and be a little bit more nonchalant than I normally am.
If it comes up, you'll roll disguise.
Okay.
If you trained into it.
I am trained into it.
Yes.
Of course I'm trained into it.
until it matters, you're more or less fine.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, we're almost back. It was an interesting journey.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We had to fight off like almost 12 of those goddamn assassins.
Sure.
Hell, I thought I saw about 30.
Sure. Well, what do you guys want to do first? Shall we go towards the dwarves, or do you want to head to
I'm
Towards the
pretty
figure.
excited to meet the dwarves. I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of meeting a dwarf before. At least not one in the city.
Tywin looks at Narthan like fishing spot.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds good. No interest in the city.
Not even the arena area. Maybe Tywin can actually fight you this time.
I can kick Tywin's ass without arena.
You can. I'm not even going to fight you this time.
I know that. I think Drix. You said that we were going to leave the wagon, the edge of town.
Yeah,
With,
we
Nath and Tywin.
we could do that. We could leave it with them. I mean, we could stable it too if we want. It just costs a bit of a fee.
Yeah, I don't know what everybody's feeling given the recent events of the past couple nights, or the couple nights ago. Because I think that was originally the plan, but plans can change.
I'll do whatever y'all want. Just let me know.
You think we should...
Fizz is looking at RJ.
Why are people looking at me?
You're the leader.
I'm the healer. I heal you people.
And technically the leader right now.
You seem pretty smart, RJ. What do you think is the best idea? Pretty educated.
I think we should listen to the person who knows the cart best. And since he wants to save some money, we let Tywin and Noth.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not a fan of darkness attacking me either, though.
Yeah, but we can. But there's that nice inn that you showed us last time.
Yeah. That doesn't help the cart, though, and the hunters. I mean, that is if the darkness attacks again.
Are we going to be taking those crystals we found with us? Because, I mean, probably they seem to be after the crystals, right? So.
Oh, you guys found yourselves some nice crystals in town?
Astron.
Like the chips? You found money then?
More in the raw form, like raw gold, raw Astron.
Oh, okay. There's like, he nods like he understands, but he has that look of he's like, sure, whatever that means.
Yeah, well, it was part of the favor that we did for the dwarves to bring it back, so I'm not leaving it. That's going to stay with me for now. So I think the cart should be fine, and I'm confident Tywin and not being strong enough to handle some flimsy assassins, right?
I sign. Taween and Noth are strong. It's good.
They are very strong. Really don't want to get hit by either of them.
I couldn't agree more.
Taween, as you are approaching opportunity, you've also finished the binding that you were working on.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Nith. I like single Nith, like Nith. He's like, here. Cover for book thing.
I reach out. Thank you. It says.
Until you write something on it, I'm like,
That's what I just did. I just went like
Yeah.
this and wrote
I
it.
don't know what you're saying, Nith.
And I hold it up in front of hold it in front of you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then I go.
Yes. This method I like. Whatever these hand things you do, I don't get it. But the writing I get.
I can teach you. Just let me know.
Are you handing these over like just in the caravan in view of other people?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not hiding the writing. If you could read.
No,
Irish.
I can't read. I'm more interested in that leather thing that Tywin has made.
It's just a book that folds and ties shut that keeps the paper weatherproof with the writing utensil on the inside. So
How much do I think it's worth for
Might-
7 appraise?
I mean, it's bound pages decently. Might fetch a few oranges on the market. Something of that craftsmanship. You don't know what the hell the scribbles are on it, but they look pretty.
Well, I don't even bother looking at the paper. I'm just literally in the leather binding folder, essentially. Very interesting. Very interesting. That's pretty good work there, Tyreen.
That's what I do on my off time.
Have you ever considered selling some of the stuff that you make?
That's kind of the first time I ever made anything. Except for the little things I do to my armor here. That's the first thing I ever made.
Well, I think you should keep at it.
Except for my shield, I painted that. And you see his shield with like a very poorly drawn wolf on it.
Okay.
Tell me, roll a craft check. How well did the paint job turn out when you did it?
This was like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, we'll add a weathering. I mean, not bad. Even with weathering, like it's a wolf. You can tell. It's even got a little bit of detail.
And what do I think about the shield?
Not bad. It's probably increased its original value. It's definitely personalized.
Okay.
I don't know. I kind of like the crafting stuff.
Yeah. No, looks pretty good. Might be able to make a business out of it.
You make it, I'll sell it.
I'm not against the idea. You don't really need money.
Well, there's a couple supplies you need, but yeah. Oh yeah.
If that helps out the caravan, I can start making little things and here and there with the things that me and Narth kill.
I think that would be fantastic.
Oh, talking about crafting, you should head to the blacksmith till we see if you can make a shield out of those carapace pieces that you took.
You're right. I do remember that now. Narth, I'll help you take caravan to our old fishing spot, and then I might do that.
Sounds good. We'll get head start on the fish.
Yes. I'll make better shield.
Excellent.
I don't know if it will make a better shield, but it'll be something fun. Creative.
Here's how we take 50 blues just in case you need to spend.
Oh. Alright, I also have 1,100 copper.
Copper pieces?
540 silver. 81 gold.
Would you like me to take that to the dwarves and change it to astrum crystals?
You think that'd help?
It seems like this area uses it a lot more.
You think good idea?
I don't know. I think you could make some pretty good adornments if you were to melt that gold and silver down. for your shield or other wares that you decide to make?
It would
What about copper?
the conversion rate would probably be better if we just hand these to the dwarves and grab some crystals, friend.
All right, here. And then he gives it all to you.
RJ, you get like 10 more pounds of currency.
Go
Go ahead and send them those numbers.
Just drops a bunch of sacks on you.
Send that over to me and I'll slowly carry it. Oh.
All right, I'll type exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I always offer to help carry stuff.
I mean, I would, but I'm pretty fully laden at this point.
As you guys are chatting and getting closer and closer to the outskirts of opportunity, everybody make a perception check. Windows are open, it's nice, you guys are watching the nearby area.
I'm a little busy.
Yeah, some of you are working on things. Fizz, you're listening, but you're just kind of gazing out of the window as well. Fizz, something you don't recall seeing last time you were in town. Within the span of the 30 minutes or so that it takes for you guys to get up close to the edge of town, you see like 3 patrols go around the outside of the city.
They seem to be patrolling an awful lot, guys. Like, way more often than normal. Did you guys, upset somebody before you left? Or...
Not that we know of.
Okay. Yeah. Do I think it's that they're looking for me?
If that's a self-imposed thought you wish to have, I mean, not going to stop you from thinking.
I'm assuming that explains why I rolled so high on perception is because I'm nervous that we're going back to
I mean, the context you have is there weren't patrols last time, and now there are patrols, so...
Yeah. So, I'm fidgeting a little bit more, twiddling my thumbs. Glad I didn't shave like yesterday or the day before. I got a little bit of scruff on me.
The Wizard's looking at you, and he just says, that makes you look more suspicious. The twitching, the glancing about.
Okay. I'll try to stop.
Just saying.
So, calm myself, try to settle down.
As you center yourself, you guys make your way up to the edge of the eastern border, where you begin to follow the outside road a little bit more towards the southeastern in front of, and down to like the southwestern side of the outskirts, where you're outside Fisher's Bounty. As I heard you guys say something about the last tavern you stayed at, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Drix parks the cart by one of the streams. It's not the same under the bridge spot you had last time, Talween.
All right.
But that's because the cart can't really get there and not block the road. So he kind of goes off the road a bit near one of the streams, and he unhitches the horses and begins to tie them to a couple nearby trees. And he goes over to Noth, and you hear Drix talking to Noth and just saying, all right, now, I know you're going to be fishing all day, but don't forget to feed them. I'm going to put some hay out. It'll be there for a while. If it rains, cover it up, put it back. It'll go bad. But feed the horses. I'll be back later. I will check on them, but I'm going to do some trading in town. Don't let them get away. Don't wander off and leave them. Someone will steal some stuff. And he's just like droning on and on, giving him like a list of shit to keep track of while he's watching the cart.
The stuff that I normally leave on my horse that is now just sitting in the caravan, I'm gonna try and tuck it away so it's not as obvious.
You stuff it under one of the beds in the back. Probably the most hidden part of the caravan.
Okay.
And
I'll be back too to check in on my horse. Check in on my horse in the evening.
Excellent. Then you can check for them things too and make sure he's Bob. And Drix like pulls you into the conversation.
That sounds about right.
Don't worry, Drix. We'll handle this.
We spent a lot of money on all. Well, you all spent a lot of money on this. I just want to make sure it stays ours.
I'm pretty sure most people are going to be scared if they see the orc or when they see Noth and Taween.
Well, I think the idea is to not let them see an orc on the outskirts of town, but yeah, a big guy in armor is good enough.
Oh, when you go trading, can you trade these stones with you as well?
Yeah. Just give me what you need, and I can try and get the best price for them.
And I give him the stones that we found.
Okay.
That is 10 different things.
Yep.
Still no diamonds.
And so Drix packs up some stuff after undoing the cart, and he begins to head off into town, bound for Progression's Way, most likely by the looks of the direction he takes. Sin and Noth kind of set up camp by the edge, and the rest of the day is yours. It's probably about mid-afternoon, dusk in a few hours, but there's some daylight left.
Well, before I forget, I'm gonna head over to the Marshall District. Probably after that, stock up on some stuff if you guys want to come.
So, so I will be sticking with you.
Why are you going to the Marshall District? Is that where the dwarves are?
That is where the dwarves are.
Okay. I guess I'm going with you.
You're going to where you might see the captain, right?
I guess so. I'm pretty sure. Marshall quarters where all the military people are, right?
Yep.
This is gonna be fun.
I sign.
It's okay. I've got a hood on.
He seems worried. You told us that story, didn't you?
No.
You didn't tell us the story?
No.
Okay.
I left.
Then we don't know.
I decided it was time to move on from Opportunity, as far as you're aware.
All right. Good.
So you signed. He looks worried,
Yes.
and I say in Elven, knowing him, he probably did something an opportunity.
Shake my head.
Oh, well, he's traveling with us. Might as well make sure we have his back with whatever's going to happen until we figure out what he did.
Taween, are you headed with the three of them?
I sign. I like him.
No, Tyween's heading to wherever he thinks the blacksmith would be.
That would be the same direction as Drix.
Right, then I travel with Drix.
All right.
Drix, do you know where blacksmith is?
Oh, come along, my elf buddy. I'll show you around. He
Right.
pats you on the shoulder. Don't worry, I can help you even get a good price if you want me to do some of the talking. Although it'd be a great time to practice that common.
All right.
Yep.
I will do my best.
Look at that! You are sounding so much better every day.
I did try.
See, now you just got to stop hesitating a little bit. You add in some weird pauses between words because I think you're trying to find the right words in common, and that's all right. Just once you get more comfortable with it, that'll go away too. and then you'll be talking off limit like me.
If you say so.
See, that was that, just like that. And he like chit chats and like English or common lessons you on the way. As the
Tywin is paying attention.
Is or isn't?
Is.
Okay.
He trusts Drix. Drix is the one human he actually.
And despite it, you know, he is actually teaching you. Like the advice he gives is valuable, and it seems like he really does pay attention to your speech as he talks with you and hears you at camp, and what he has to say all makes sense to you. Like you hear it, you understand it, and he even, you know, will pull up examples throughout the travel to give context, and he's very good about teaching common. And then the three of you split the other direction, back around, off towards the martial marches. Both groups pass probably one of the patrols as you move past, and it looks like, well, for RJ's group, you guys probably passed about 2 patrols. And both patrols are wearing the same set of equipment. It's like this light scale mail. They have all long swords. You see a number of them with hand crossbows. Other ones that don't have crossbows have smaller shields on their sides. They have a loose formation. They travel in groups of about 7 or 8. And there's always one amongst them that they all have this crest insignia somewhere on their armor, on their shield, or they're wearing a tabard, or it's you know, in the design of their armor, but it's on all of them, and it's this circle that represents the circle of opportunity itself, and it has a plus sign representing, or sorry, not a plus sign, like a pie with the 5 sections, and a circle in the center representing all the quarters. The center circle, the smaller one in the center, is shaded in the center black, and then each of the sections of the pie have a different color loosely representing the different quarters, right? Like the Woodsman's Respite's a more green one, Martial Marches is like a light blue, Mine's Peace is kind of this smooth, creamy color, Fisher's Bounty is more wow, red. Sorry, my mind died. And Progression's way is kind of this steely color.
Okay.
And together, this crest kind of marks the symbol of opportunity and their guard.
Is it anything that we've seen before?
It may have caught you may have seen it, you may recognize it, but it was never really present to any sort of uniformed and patrolling sense that made it stand out like it does now.
Okay.
And while you guys were in martial marches, last time you were in opportunity, you may have seen 1 or 2 people here and there with some of that symbolism on them, but now they're distinctly traveling in groups with this symbolism on them.
Okay.
And for those a little bit more familiar with opportunity, you would know that this represents the opportunity's guard as a whole, not the individual quarters, individual personal guards.
Okay.
With that, Taween and Drix would be the first group to make it to the edge and entrance of Progression's Way. And when you get there, you see 2 extra of these city guards posted outside of it. And then there is the quarter-specific guard which you see his insignia now that these insignia are kind of taking more of a front row here. It is almost the same, except only the Progressions Way steely colored section of the pie has color. The rest are all left blank. As such, you can tell who's guard of what area based on what color their insignia are. And they all use the same base design. And you guys approach the gate, and Drix just casually walks up, and you see two of these Progressions Way guards kind of intercede. And, what's your business? Why have you come? The district. Drix goes, well, we're gonna do some selling. We got some goods here, and, we just came for some business. And passing by, always a good stop and opportunity. And they just kind of nod and look you both over. The one looks at you, Taween, says, Elf, why have you come?
I am his guard. Also want to see blacksmith about making shield.
You're with him?
Yes. I protect him.
Ah, I see. Well, you and your slave have a good time, and they stand aside. And they stand aside and let you in. Drix just kind of gives you this look like, don't say it. Come on. And then you guys step into the quarter. Is there anything you say right as you get out of earshot of them? I see it on your lips.
No, he's just grumbling. He's like, good thing you're here.
Yeah, probably. That seemed a bit odd. They're not so tight about things normally. Yeah, I didn't really think about that, you being an elf and all. I mean, they're not really like that here in Duhana, but, lots of people still do the slavery thing. It's not really that it's forbidden here, it's just not enforced here, if that makes sense.
I don't remember them being so mean last time.
They just seem a bit cautious. There might be something happening. I mean, it's really none of our business, I don't think, but we could always ask around if you're interested. But let's just get to the shopping and go from there.
All right, sounds good.
Maybe you should stick with me. There's a couple stops I'd like to make real quick on the way. You want to just hang out for the afternoon then?
Sure.
Okay.
If anyone speaks like that to me again, I don't do.
But don't go doing anything harsh or rash, and you cannot fight the city. You are only one man, and me and my guitar are not going to be able to help you if you start some sort of scuffle. I will be forced to succeed to any power or force they show me.
All right.
Please don't put me in jail.
I like that one.
I like you. I will not make trouble for you.
I appreciate that. And we'll get you to the blacksmith, and I'm sure they won't be quite as rude, and we'll have a nice time.
Good.
All right. So you guys begin to go along your first couple of stops. He looks like he goes first to an appraiser, and he has the gems looked at, and he tries to get a good value idea out of them. And then he goes to a second appraiser and gets a second opinion on the gems. And these cost him, a couple of oranges or maybe a few reds to do an appraise. But you can tell by the differences in opinions that he gets that he's getting a much more solid idea as to what they're worth, and he'll probably make that back, if not more.
Highway doesn't really pay that much attention.
Well, what is Tawin paying attention while he's doing business too?
With the way the guards reacted, he kind of pays attention to the people around him and seeing if any of them are really like looking at him in general.
Make a perception check.
Since now he's a little on edge.
Mm-hmm. So, a couple things that you do notice. You were in this quarter before. You went shopping with some of the people last time. There are more quarter guards in general out and about, moving through the streets. They're not really causing trouble or stopping people or anything like that, but you just see, one on the street corner here and there, a couple of them walking together, talking, more commonly than you did before. There also, in general, seem to be just kind of less people on the streets themselves. And those that are along the roads are kind of keeping to themselves.
Yeah.
And people aren't, like, stopping to Google or, casually look at things. It's like if you're out here right now, you're here for a reason, and there aren't people just milling about.
Gotcha. I don't say anything to anyone. I don't ask anyone questions.
Okay.
I'm just a little on edge right now.
Yeah, you're in guard mode right now. All right. For the rest of you, while they get off to that, you guys see those couple of patrols, see their matching armors and such, and you make your way to the outside of the Martial Marches, where again you see an increase in a very similar fashion to how Tawin and Drix came across it. They stop you as you guys approach, and they look out to you guys. They actually address Fizz first, because he's the human of the group. What brings you to the marches?
Do I think that they would have a problem with us going to see the dwarves?
Not in and of itself. I mean, people go to the dwarf. It's like the bank in town, so.
Oh, okay. We're
aside from trade,
we're here to meet with some dwarves.
Mm-hmm. A human, a gnome, and a really tall elf. Just to meet with dwarves.
We're here to meet Navomri Deep Fury, if that helps.
That doesn't mean anything to me. Exchanging currency, I take it then?
Yes.
All right. Move in. Human, you should check out some of the places in there.
What do you mean by places? Like,
you keep odd company. We probably find you a better group.
But you have to admit they're pretty interesting folk to be around.
Can't say that I've ever really hung out with an elf or a dwarf or gnome.
And that's what makes it so interesting.
Right. Well, good luck banking. I still think that they have a screwy conversion rate. I like to keep my stuff to trade. I don't know why you guys go to them dwarves.
Yeah.
This is kind of like really a passing comment he makes as you guys are.
You don't have a comment for that, huh?
No, just a shrug. Like, I don't even really know why we're going to see the dwarves. So.
It makes it
The
perfect.
guards were talking.
I just know I want to meet him.
Now, the three of you make perception checks as you guys have to cross all the way into the back end of the martial marches.
I'm still just a little distracted because I seem to be playing with something.
I'm distracted.
And Fizz's paranoia is getting to him. But
I'm keeping an eye out.
Fizz and Nithyrn, the two of you see someone that very notably stands out amongst the crowd at one point as you're moving through.
Okay. In what way?
You see them way off to the distance, right? Because in this quarter, the central area is mostly training grounds, so there's not really any buildings or anything blocking line of sight. Which is the most easy way to get back toward the dwarven area. And on the very edge of one of the training grounds, across the other side of the training grounds, you guys are traveling along. Facing the other direction from you guys see standing over 6 foot tall. This humanoid is covered head to toe with this light-looking steel armor that is intricately carved with some sort of design. There's a cloak with carefully woven patterns that lay slumped over the pauldrons of this figure that you're seeing from the backside. The cloak is this deep blue with highlights of silvery trim. You can see affixed to its hip a long sword and a scabbard that is similarly covered with designs of silver. And lastly, and the thing that makes them stand out the most to you, is they are suspended 3 feet off the ground.
In a prison type thing?
No, like just floating 3 feet off the ground.
For no reason.
Not that you see now.
Do I recognize him or know kind of what he is?
Knowledge local for anyone who has that.
Let's see if I have that. Knowledge.
I've had beers with him before.
Not quite, no.
I do not have it. I do not know.
Okay,
It would be
so
hilarious if you did have beers with him.
So, Fizz, you have never seen one yourself, but with your proximity to the wall growing up, you have heard stories that have come out of Opportunity and out of the rest of Duhana as soldiers make their way to the north. And occasionally, they talk about these figures that they call the Arbiters. They are always talked about in the sense of they're weird, they're creepy, we don't know why they travel with us sometimes. There's this air of discontentment around them from normal soldiers that you've talked to in the past. And with a 20, you recall one time there was a story that a soldier was telling at the bar. You were kind of just playing your lute, minding your own business, but paying attention at the same time like you do, looking for the good marks and stuff. And he was telling a story of how him and his squadron once was assigned an arbiter. And that when they got to town, of some town he was talking about, that he really didn't do much. But there was the one time that the little boy had the magical dagger. And the Arbiter immediately sprung to action and removed it from him and took it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put my hand on Nithyrn's shoulder and whisper to RJ, "Stop." We like walk slower, I guess, to be more nonchalant. We should take the long way around that thing. That thing knows when there's magic nearby.
Oh, okay.
And I think that your friend's little sword that she picked up last night is probably something that'll get tipped off.
Okay.
Right. So I guess we'll take side alleys and take the long way.
Okay.
To avoid whatever that is. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. And so, avoiding the Arbiter, you go more closer towards the edge of the quarter, which probably adds a bit of time to your travel overall. But you're able to travel between and through the tents of the various factions and groups that are always collecting and hiring, and where some of the barracks are that house more of the soldiers. It's a little bit less populated than those who were here before, remember, or you, Fizz, when you were in the area once upon a time. Normally, a lot of the soldiers are here just lazing about, not doing much. They're not on assignment or nothing like that. But there is not much activity around here right now. And so you get back all the way to the outside of the embassy. Now, Fizz, when you were here last time in Opportunity, do you imagine you would have ever had a reason to go to a Dwarven embassy? Or the Dwarven embassy?
No.
Okay.
No.
So seeing this building, it is definitely out of place of anything else that you've ever seen. It's not like these obelisks and these spires. It's not like the remnants of the walls. And it's certainly not like anything human constructed. That it is this elegant, sleek building, rounded edges, almost like a shadow of some elements of what you saw back in that dungeon, but in way different ways. Right, in the dungeon they had the metal outlinings and kind of intricacies on the walls and ceilings here and there, and there it was very rigid, straight lines, matter of fact direction for those lines. Here it looks like it's just filigree for the sake of filigree. Whooping arcs and swirls, lines that don't intersect. And a lot of it's built on top of this and etched on top of this whiter looking stone in a lot of places, mixed in with some of the dark slates as some of the base foundations. And you can see on some of the windows that are on the outside of this, they are intricately designed like you might see in a church in our world, where it has imagery and pictures and multicolored glass. Definitely the fanciest building you've probably ever seen, to be honest.
Yeah. 100%. That's completely accurate. So, I'm a little bit awestruck.
Just the amount of gold you see on the outside of the building alone is worth a fortune in your mind.
That got his attention.
Whether it's real gold or not, you're not sure, but it looks gold and it looks valuable.
So what do the images look like they portray? Is there anything specific or not really? Like the windows.
Yeah.
Images.
So since you look at it, one of the windows has there are these figures, kind of nondescript humanoid shaped figures that are standing over shorter figures that are holding picks. And you can see there's like a river of gold beneath them. And above the humanoid figure on this one, there are kind of swirls of whites and blues and lighter colors That may mean who knows what, wind or movement, or you're not sure. Another one, you see, there is this. It almost looks like a bird, but it's more rounded and definitely not a bird. Um, it has these spines along the like where the belly of it is, and you can see imagery of clouds kind of around it, and the wind with more different kinds of swirls, more windswept like swirls on another one.
Cool. Very cool.
And you guys appear on the front steps.
All right.
RJ, lead the way.
I'm going in.
I'll let Nithian go first and then enter.
Yep. I always follow Art.
Yep. So as you guys step in, Fizz, for the first time, you are seeing the interior of the embassy. This front room is a big circle. You don't see any doors, just a few windows. And the interior, the roof domes up, where you see more of this intricate inlay spiraling up like a web, almost like a vortex of a whirlpool up to a center point. Where you see this magical light hanging down along a silvery thread. The room itself on the floor is pretty much barren of any furniture. All you see is how it slopes in and down like a bowl. There's a series of steps leading from the front door down to the center, where it kind of levels off for a bit in the center. And at the bottom of this bowl, you see this curved, arced marble desk and a stool that has a high-rise back. And sitting in it is this humanoid, this dwarf. Big, bushy, brown beard, long, scraggly hair, kind of a thick, blunt-looking nose, eyebrows that could kill a man. And he's wearing this nice, light blue, well-fitted robe with this gold inlay on the edges and these silver buttons that go down the front. And he's sitting there with an abacus.
He or she? He or she?
He.
He, okay.
Is it Dermond again?
It is Dermond. And you see him flicking beads on an abacus, and he's got this pile of gold and silver and copper, and another pile of various color Astron chips. And you'll see he'll flick the abacus a few times, move some of the coins off the pile, flick it again. Doesn't seem to notice you enter, just like the last time for you guys.
Afternoon, Dermond.
Looks up. Welcome back. What was it? Reginald? I don't remember the tall friend's name. I am sorry, dear. And who is... Go ahead. Yes.
This is Neth.
Nith.
Nithjorn.
You're right. Yes, Nith. I remember it was a Nith. I couldn't remember quite what. And who is this new friend that you have with you?
Fizz
He
is
likes
still
to
clearly.
introduce him. Oh.
Fizz is still clearly just like staring up at the ceiling.
He tends to like to introduce himself.
And
I tap Fizz's shoulder or Fizz's leg.
What language is the dwarf speaking in?
Immaculate Common.
Okay. Hello.
Hello!
Hi. This is quite an extravagant place.
Welcome.
I am Fizz. Or Fitzgerald, the Wondrous. Famous Bard. And man, you guys, those windows, they must tell some sort of story.
They do. They have many stories.
I would like to hear them at some point.
Well, perhaps you might get that opportunity.
That's it, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Is Navromi here today?
Of course he is. He is here each day.
Well, we've finished what he wanted to be done, and the other elf that I usually travel around wanted to trade in some of his old currencies.
We would be happy to accommodate you.
Neth, I might need help. It's kind of heavy.
I help lift it.
Oh, quite the haul you have this time. You've been busy.
He likes his currency.
Well, now we can give you something a bit more useful than the old stuff.
So 1,100 copper pieces, 540 silver pieces, and 81.
Indeed, and he just says, well, I will begin counting this all out and getting it ready. Would you like it in a mix of chips, or
Yes.
1 for 1, or the smaller stuff?
A mix.
All right.
Probably a lot less of if you can.
Yes, the violets. You didn't like as many. I understand they are a bit harder to use, but unless you're just buying common things, most people still tend to take them, I hear.
Yeah, well, I think a mix would be good. I think he'll find that most useful.
Understood. I will alert Navromi to your presence, and while you are away with him, I will have it ready for you by the time you're ready to leave.
Thank you.
Of course.
As far as you guys can tell, Fizz still has not noticed the large piles of money that the dwarf was hoarding. He's still more fascinated with the windows, the ceiling, the walls.
It feels like a very sterile environment.
Yeah.
There's a lot of white and not much dirt at all.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of staining on the stairs themselves, but that's about it.
Yeah. Well, in that case, if there's any sort of like shelf nearby, you might notice that like Fizz is like, there's no dust.
It's a very grand place, Fizz.
Indeed, probably the grandest place that I've ever set foot in.
I can see why. It's an embassy.
Yeah. Didn't really have an opportunity to mingle with the political class.
Oh, we are not political. We are bankers.
Bankers, then. Didn't get a chance to mingle with the bankers.
They're nice.
I can tell you this, it was certainly worth the trip back.
Then I'm sure you will be delighted soon. He
I
hasn't
think
gone
he's-
and gotten anybody, like... But this is basically what he did last time, too, for you guys.
Yep. I'm used to it now.
And then he just goes and starts doing abacus stuff while you guys are chit-chatting or just looking around. And after a couple of minutes, Fizz, you certainly probably are the most interested to notice this, as they've seen it before. But you see
Is he even online right?
Ooh. Did he die off of that? Yes, I would like for him to hear this, so I will pause.
I just saw his face not moving.
Yep.
Yep, he died off of both.
Everything died.
How about we take like a 10-minute break or something?
That works.
Yep. I gotta get some water.
Oh, there he's back.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know how long we're waiting, but if it's more than a couple minutes, I'll strike up a conversation with the.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Taween, if you wanted to go and do a short break, you probably have the time to. You're only if you have your headset on, you'll still hear everything relevant. You're sorry. Go ahead, Fizz.
I noticed that as we came into town, They seem to have be doing a lot more patrols. Has something happened in the city? We were only gone for a week or so, I think.
Couldn't say. I don't get out much, but they do seem in quite the kerfuffle about something, don't they?
Hmm. Interesting. I would have thought a banker would know a little bit more about what's going on in the city.
People come to give us coin. Most people aren't very interested in talking with us. They just want their money and then they get out. But you seem nice. What is going on in the city?
I don't really know myself. We just returned from forgetting the name of the city now.
Balin.
Balin, yes.
Huh.
Balin.
Was it a nice trip?
That could be in character too, to be honest.
He didn't know where you were going, so.
Yeah, but I'm sure RJ would have piped up.
Oh. Have a nice trip, did you?
It was interesting.
It's always a good first start. You want to keep things interesting.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, on the way back, we had these assassins come after us in the night, which was quite frightening.
Oh dear, you have made many enemies then, have you?
I don't know. These things didn't seem quite human. They kind of exploded when instead of just dying.
I sign what they are.
Shadow assassins.
Heard of goblins once. Filled their bellies with fire. When you killed them, they went pop. You know what a goblin is?
I'm not sure that I do.
Yes, they're more from the southwestern part of the continent. Nasty little desert devils. Quite a nuisance they are.
I could imagine. Bloating with fire and whatnot.
Well, that was probably on account of the fire concoction they made. They used it in battle, the crazy little things. They would drink it, go into battle, and if they fell, boom. Quite effective. Set everything on fire. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Say, if you do find out what's happening in town, I would be very interested to know. I might even trade you story for story.
Well, I'll have to try and suss out what's happened in my absence, and
I look
perhaps
forward
I'll
to
be
it.
able to get back to you.
At this point, you see behind him, there is another set of stairs on the backside of the desk that lead up to the opposite edge of the bowl against the wall. And a little silvery edge of light just kind of almost like the opposite end of somebody welding through a door. It lights up, and then the door slides in, or a door slides out of the wall, revealing a passage. Standing in the passage is a very similarly dressed dwarf. Again, a big, thick, giant beard. Ragged eyebrows. This one, he's wearing a bit of a hat that is kind of foppish and laid off to one side. It's a nice light white cut hair with his blue. And he has his arms kind of crossed in front of him. And he looks out. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
We went to that place I'm pretty sure we went to the place you wanted us to go to.
Excellent, you found it.
Well, Probably. It was interesting, to say the least. I
Well-
think we should go to room to discuss it.
Yes, of course. We cannot discuss standing around like this. Please, follow me. Who's your friend?
He likes to introduce himself.
My name is Frederick Irikaz the Wondrous. I met these in Valen.
I
And,
have heard your name before.
Ooh.
Oh, well, that is fantastic.
I wondered what he was going to say.
Not so fantastic for the guard, I hear, though. There's a particular captain that is not too fond of you.
It was an honest mistake.
I'm sure it was.
Nothing but a small misunderstanding.
Well, it is none of my business. I would
All
warn,
right.
though, you probably should not go find that captain and seek him out. He was none too happy from what I heard. But please, come, friends. If he is
Wasn't planning on.
if he is with all of you, then he is trusted with me.
How's my patients? How are my friends?
They are doing well. They are both
Oh?
fully recovered,
Oh,
and they are aiding to help in the functions of this place until they're able to make their way to reassignments.
that's good.
Yes. They would not be here today if it were not for your bravery, Reginald. And both of you.
It was hard not to keep an eye on them when I was away. I don't like leaving people alone too that I've taken care of for more than a week.
Yes. But you'll be happy to know they have fully recovered. Even walking.
Oh, that's good. That's a miracle, actually.
It was difficult. But with time, he recovered.
That's good.
Please, come. And he motions you all up and into the hallway, which, again, is fairly white and light-colored, a light stone floor, lighter marble-looking walls, kind of arched ceilings that make it look like a big, an upside-down U shape, with more of the filigree flying across the tops and somewhat down the walls here and there. No doors that you see, and it just kind of ends at the back of the wall, which you can clearly see is the wall of Opportunity's actual big walls. They're a much darker stone themselves, and it's that color. And off to the left, he kind of puts his hand up against the wall, and you see another silver outline of a door, and it slides in and into another room, which is flat on the one side up adjacent to the hallway, but other than that, it's circular on the rest of it, in like a dome shaped for the floor plan. There are more windows that you see looking out into the Martial Marches, but from the outside of the building where you saw like the main front part, which was mostly rounded, and then it had the two rounds on the sides of the main round of the building's exterior, you don't recall seeing windows on the sides.
Do these windows face the inside then, the center area?
No, they face the outside.
Okay, but you can't see them from the outside, but you can see out. Got it.
Correct. And inside the room, there's this kind of bean-shaped, low-seated table. Again, marble with these kind of light blue wood legs attached to it, and a light blue trim of this light blue wood. And there are 5 or 6, for a real-world analogy for understanding, beanbag chairs. These big, large, cushiony-looking fluffs of silky material on the ground. And on the table itself, you see multiple silver and gold decanters. There's one glass or crystal, it's clear either way, stopped vase of sorts that has this reddish liquid, likely wine. You can see there are grapes, both the blue and the white kind. 2 different bunches. You see a watermelon, you see a couple of pears, you see some oranges, and probably a few other fruit you don't recognize. And he just goes and he sits on one of the bean bags and then sinks another half a foot back into it as it slowly kind of just... And he kind of just motions, please, have a seat. Let us chat.
So I take a seat.
And
What's Fizz do?
Well, can I sit comfortably, or is this clearly too short for me?
I mean, think like a beanbag, like your feet are a bit splayed.
Oh.
You're not sitting like a normal chair. You sit in and then just kind of it takes you and envelops you.
Okay, I'll flop down.
Okay. And Nithiarn does not sit in one of the seats. She sits cross-legged off to the side,
Mm-hmm.
behind RJ.
Frederick, please help yourself to wine. We have water. There's a fine ale that we have, and plenty of fruits and even some meats and cheeses amongst the repertoire here. Help yourself to your fill. RJ, Nithiarn, of course, you are welcome too.
I nod.
Why, thank you. And I'll take a glass of wine and some cheese. I'm assuming this is probably like the most extravagant sort of charcuterie board I've ever seen. If I don't probably even know what a charcuterie board is.
Much more modest than your Taween friend. It was Taween, yes, you brought?
Yes.
Yes. I believe he ate half the table while he was here. He must have been hungry.
He likes his meats. That's for
Indeed.
sure. Anyways, the place we found was
We just lost our wizard.
Okay, at this point, let us take a 5-minute break before we get
Fizz.
into this conversation, because it's likely to take a while, and it's a good bathroom break time.
Yep.
So I
Water.
shall return in a
Break.
few minutes, yep.
Little break while you work on your connection. 5-minute bathroom break.
You guys there?
Yep, we went on a 5-minute bathroom break or so while you were starting connection, and I had to pee anyway.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. I think I... Wireless router. I think I need a new.
Yeah. Hi, Jace. There you go, buddy. Yep, you're welcome.
I do like this software that I downloaded for my. Comes quite handy.
Sorry, I heard like this software that I downloaded and then quite handy.
Oh, this. I downloaded some software last week for my microphone and whatnot for purposes,
Mm.
and it's become quite handy.
Oh yeah.
I've set a gate to it, and then I can actually just mute my microphone by just a click of the button. I change the way that sound is outputted by just a click of a button from my like speakers to my headset and whatnot. I don't have to like go through 100 things and try to change it.
As soon as he is back, I think we are good to go. Whenever you guys are.
Yep, good.
Back with us, Reggie. Excellent. All right. So, getting a lot of toy background noise right now.
Okay.
You all sit down and make yourselves comfortable, grab some drinks. And Navromri, sits.
You chose this name, friend.
Oh, I know. I'm fine with it. I'm fine. He sits and patiently awaits as you begin to describe what you were saying about whatnot.
Well, it seems very similar to actually your embassy, except primitive. It was powered. The place was powered by Astron crystals, and I take out the 3 and 1 broken Astron crystals from my bag.
Ah, so there were some there.
These seem to fit into certain sockets, and I take out a piece of paper that would correspond to these symbols, and I draw out the symbols.
For some of what you're saying, he's almost like nodding with you, like he's not surprised and that he understands. He goes, interesting. All right.
This is a conjecture, but I think it might have been a defensive outpost because, and I point to the lightning. This turned on turned on traps and defenses within the complex.
Mm-hmm.
So I point to that, and it was very Spartan, to say the least. There was one room where it looked like people were sleeping. They were on they were about as tall as humans, I guess from how big the beds were, and a mess hall that was quite bare for something
While
compared to other kitchens.
he's talking,
I
I'm
would think.
sketching out the symbol that I picked up on that weapon because we didn't bring the weapon, but I sketch out the symbol.
Okay.
Partway through it, I'll hold that up, and I wrote in Elven what I knew,
Okay. He
which
kind
isn't
of
a
holds
lot.
his hand out as if asking if he could take the pamphlet from you.
I hand it. It's my entire book, so
And he just starts looking at it. You don't see him flip any pages off the one that you wrote as he's listening to Reginald speak.
Besides that, there was not really much danger there, except it seemed undead and a giant rat that emanated some type of energy that awakened undead as well was in the room, the bedroom, I'm guessing, of whatever captain of that area was. Most likely, it was the most grandiose room with a bed in it, at least. And overall, it was aspired. It was underneath a spire that looked eerily similar to the spire in the middle of this town, actually.
I see.
The other thing is, so the Astrom seemed to power up the middle spire. I'm not too sure what it did after that, or it was building up energy and had nowhere to go, so we had to take it out in case something catastrophic happened. And there was a scrying room that was powered when Astrom crystal in the eyed slot.
You see his eyes kind of widen.
And I take out the map that I made that corresponded with this map, with crystals located right here near the shoreline, not too far from here, a mountain range, and a forest.
Interesting.
I only touched the mountain range, and it looked like a tower with harpies all surrounding it. Fizz, you touched the rest of them.
Yes, I did. One, the mountain one, that was more of like a little like.
Oh, was it the mountain?
The forest
That
one
was
is the one you had, RJ.
Okay. Did he freeze again?
I think he died.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Can you not hear me?
He was just very still.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was shocked you could be so still in that laid back position.
Well, I have a nice like swivel chair, but yeah. So the harpy one was the forest one. The mountain, you could see like a little mining town. It's kind of northwest, north and a little bit east of Opportunity. And then there was a lake one where you could see, and there was actually, it looked like there was like another portal or something going on. It was kind of weird. Not sure if it was live or not, but there was definitely like movement. So I figured it must have been. Seemed like it was the right time of day for, when I was touching the little different areas and seeing stuff. So I assume that'd be pretty useful for keeping an eye on things.
Indeed. Well,
No. And for any knowledge and books that might have been in that area, the complex was quite damp, so a lot of anything that was made out of paper was basically rotten by the time we got there.
perhaps not books, but knowledge comes in many forms, and your experience is just as valuable.
After that, if I'm guessing, after this knowledge and you do send a expedition out there, I would advise you to be careful. Seems like whatever we did might have inadvertently caused lightning to arc between the towers.
You mean the central one and the smaller?
The central one from the center, and then the spires radiating from it.
All right. Well,
Is there anything else you want to add, Taween, Fizz?
that means no.
Tony's not here.
Or not Taween, Nithir, Fizz?
I sign. Do you? I can't quite remember. I take the book back. Do you know who these people were? And I write it in there. I show it to RJ in case they're not reading English, but I assume they are.
Nith is wondering if you know who these people were that we found down there.
I do, yes. And I must say that you exceeded any expectation I may have even had. I am very pleased with what you have discovered and how you were able to relay it. Not only did you discover the place I thought might exist, but you went above and beyond and understood it. Before I answer your question, Nithyan, I first need to ask you all this. Do you wish to continue helping us?
It brought us to places that were interesting. I'm not against it. How about you, Nith?
I nod yes. And then I sign. I follow you.
I still want to ask your opinion.
And you,
Fizz,
and he looks at Fizz. You are first time meeting us, but your opinion matters as well.
I mean, can honestly say that the most interesting things that have happened to me in my life have happened in Balin when we investigated that dungeon. So I'm all for more. And you know, if there's any stories that the doors was to share with me, I'd be more than happy.
So then secondly, how involved do you wish to get? This is a very, very deep well. And if you are just looking for some coin, some money, a way to meet and help people, that is one thing. But there is a much grander thing happening around you in the world. And it very well could need and use your help. But I do not wish to force the burden of certain knowledge upon you. For sometimes simply knowing will force you into something,
I
as
can see
it has me.
Well, if knowing it will at least let me know if I can help the people. So I'm willing to go where people need my help, and if knowing more means I can help people, then so be it.
I'm writing in my book.
For
And
you,
then
Nithirn, this might be.
As I write my book, I put it in front of them, and it basically says, I need to know myself. That's all I say.
He stops mid-sentence and says, "Then I'm sure you will find some answers. For you, sir."
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? And,
That's his laugh.
if I really don't like what I hear, this wine's pretty good. I'm pretty sure I could drink enough to forget.
Fair enough. If you don't like what I have to say, I will give you the whole bottle in another. And you can drink it the memory away. And what of your Taween friend? Do you know what his answer might be to this, as I imagine it might pertain to him and his sensibilities as well.
Well, I'm pretty sure Talween is following us to protect us, so I'm sure he'll go towards the end with us.
I sign, should we get him?
For the rest of this conversation, the questions that you may have, and the knowledge that I think I would like to give to you, I do believe it would be important for him to hear personally. He might have questions, as I imagine you all will, and I am here and happy to answer them. But we should do this right, and we should do it together.
Then we will come back tomorrow, as Taween has errands he wanted to complete before.
I will be pleased to await your accompaniment. And to answer your question, Nithyan, they are called the Vith. Those are the people who built the place you were at. But more on that tomorrow. Get some rest. You've earned it, all of you. On your way out, my clerk will have a reward.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, I will reward you further with stories and knowledge and answers to questions you may have. And we can begin to build what I think will be a prosperous friendship. A friendship between Nithyan and your people, and he gives you this knowing look.
My adults.
Reginald, a gnome, Halloween, an elf, and a human alongside a dwarf. This will be exciting.
When does
this? And I sign, and an orc.
You have an orc friend?
Oh, he can speak sign language?
Awesome. Oh, sorry, no, you're right.
No, I signed it to RJ.
Yeah.
I signed it.
Can I just say, one does not simply walk into Mordor.
Monster.
You've got the start of the fellowship. I didn't even realize I kind of mirrored that.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean,
it wasn't consciously.
No. There is Noth, isn't there? You met Noth, right, Niflumi?
If you have others that you think you trust enough to understand and hear this information, I welcome you bring your entire crew here that you wish to hear. I will welcome them all.
Pretty sure he remembers the giant orc that was with us.
Did he come here?
He did come here. It was during the time when Taween and Noth did their little sparring session.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
So, by everyone, should we bring Drix and Sin and Wizrun as well? I mean, definitely Wizrun. He's been pretty important to us, I think. But
Wizrun and Sin. Noth will follow Sin and Taween. Drix will basically just be our guide where we can, and if he wants to leave, he leaves.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
We'll
Take-
come back with the
take
people who needs
what food you'd like off the table on your way out.
And I
meat.
look at Fizz, and do you need that extra apple, Fizz?
Do I need? Well, we haven't discussed anything yet.
I will have it at the ready tomorrow for you, just in case.
Excellent.
I will get you a good vintage as well.
You're telling me that the stuff I'm not drinking isn't a good vintage?
Outside these walls, what you drink
is garbage.
that is the polite way of putting it, yes.
Sounds like we got your interest.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Cool. All right, so we
We fill up
get-
with food
get our
and head.
friends.
Excellent. All right, so you
I just grabbed some nuts and berries and stuff like that. Just like not a lot, but they look nice and they look like some fruits that I don't have a lot of, like something that can be dried
yeah.
and little things like that. Very little though, but I do ahead and grab some stuff.
And lastly,
Juice and interesting fruits.
Mm-hmm.
now that I think about it, if this goes the way that I hope and think that it might from the sounds of it, you will need gear and you will need equipment. I know that opportunity is very limited beyond what the scope the humans themselves can make. And there are reasons for that, but I, with a bit of hope in mind, have reached out to reached out to Ditopus and my superiors, and there should be a decent shipment on the way. And with it, you will have the chance to, for accommodating of a value, accommodating the cost, of course, be able to have access to things a bit more outside what you might find in the rest of town. That, and I have other contacts I can put you in touch with for things that we may not have.
That would make the journey most likely a lot easier.
So, what you receive from Dermond at the front, don't spend all in one place. Keep some of it.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
Yes.
And I just look down.
I don't think you will either.
Mister has to do all the shopping. Yeah, that's good.
Well, we will come by tomorrow, probably midday, after we rest up and do whatever we need to do in the morning.
Oh, yes. Last word of advice. Be careful with your magic in town right now. There are...
What
Go ahead.
What is with the arbiters in town lately?
You have seen one, yes?
Yeah, Fizz. I wasn't paying attention. Fizz made sure that we didn't cross one.
They... How do I put this lightly? In ways, they are the competition. They have their own goals. And while we do not interfere with each other directly, anything outside the fence, you may say, is fair game. Outside these walls is outside the fence.
Okay.
Be careful. You have magic, put it in a metal box. They cannot see through it. Just as the compass I gave you is. That is why we have the metal sheaths.
Ah,
You need a small metal box that you wish now. I could give you one.
I raise up and I go, and I show this, and right now it's a small dagger.
Yes. I imagine that's magical by your holding it up. That one should go in the box. At least while you're here in town. That will limit you to access to your magical things, but it comes with safety. By no means do you have to, but I do wish to see you safe.
That's good to know.
So I sign like a very small metal box.
Or I take out the box that we fashioned to put in black classroom. I guess this will work, right? Can I
Yes,
open
as
it
long
up
as
for her?
it's large enough to hold the things that you have that are magical. I mean, magic comes in all shapes and sizes. I don't know that a suit of armor would fit in there, for example, if you had one that was magical, but hats, daggers, small little things like that would.
I write down, can you get me a very small magical box?
Of course. Well, the box won't be
Yeah.
magical. It'll be metal.
Or a metal box, no, that's what I meant.
Yes.
How sensitive are these arbiters to magic?
Only if they suspect something. It is not something they are always on the lookout for. But they're unpredictable. So, as long as you don't raise suspicion, you should be fine. But if you randomly get picked, or do raise suspicion, and have magic, you might not be fine for long.
Okay.
I
So
should talk to
is this
Whisper.
box coming with us, or do we have our own box?
I'm looking for the smallest metal box I can find that they'll hand over.
Yeah, I guess I'll look. Can I have a box?
Something I could tuck in.
Of course, I can get 2 small boxes for you.
Yeah.
Do you need anything larger?
No, I think that's
All right.
Wait,
all
one.
that while you retrieve your goods from Durmond, I will bring that up front. And he
Is a skeleton
Huh?
skeleton key considered magical or no?
No, that's not magic.
Okay.
That's just a key with like the things are engraved in such a way that they fit like 90% of locks made, because most locks are made the same way.
Yeah.
So like from 90% of human locks you might come across, right, that'll work. But like if you
Yeah.
came across an elven lock that was like literally entirely different in concept to the idea of a lock, obviously that won't work. But
I mean, to be honest, I forgot that I even had it and haven't been using it. So,
and I mean
literally-
locks, to be honest, are not something most people have anyway. Maybe
Yeah.
the wealthier shopkeep, most people use like bars behind the doors and actual physical stops. But like royalty shops, military places, some of the places in which you frequent do have keys, which is probably why you have one. But
yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
but not
To be
magic.
honest, it was,
Yeah,
I needed to get rid of some cash and to get and it weighed nothing.
it's a nice item when it comes up. It's always nice to be prepared.
Yeah.
So he motions you out of the room and back into the entryway. You see him go down the hallway and open another door with his palm, and he enters in as you guys make your way back into the bowl. And he spins around in his little chair that he has. The chair itself does seem to spin, although it's affixed to its location. He says, well, how did it go?
Well, Navormri wants to give us more Astrum, it seems.
Of course. You have been very helpful from what I hear. We reward our friends.
Laughing sadly to myself.
Oh, don't cry, dear friend. It will be all right. Now,
It's so heavy.
this time I really, really must urge that you take Violet on a good portion.
Okay. At least it'll be less weight.
Percentage-wise, how would you like the split?
50% violets, I guess, and everything else.
Maybe
Patience?
maybe 60, 70% might I recommend?
I will go with 70% for you, friend.
Nobody wants the violets.
Excellent.
I'd like to interject here.
Yeah, of course.
I will split the money with you,
They're,
Fizz.
they're
Yeah.
like platinum.
I mean, it's a little impractical to be having a gnome carry around so much money.
Yeah.
We have accounted for your number and how much we give you. If you were to split it evenly among, from what I hear is, well, let's
Fizz-
see, 6 now.
Fizz will take his share if
Well-
he wants to handle it.
Yes, if you split it evenly among 6, then that is what we accounted for. Obviously, as a group, you do whatever you wish. It is in your hands. But that is what we interpreted when we gave. So, with that, let's see, 70%. Okay, so 30% is blue. Okay.
Just do it. Just do it in violets, and then we can split it easy.
Oh no,
no, you can do
that
that.
is
You know
how
how to
you've
do
asked for it. I know how
You
to
know
do
that.
math.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you to make it so it's easier for you to role play it. But to you,
All right, hold on.
Have they given us the metal box already?
Say again?
Did they give us the metal boxes already?
No, he said he was bringing that while you guys are getting this here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No worries.
So what's the sword called, or the faction that was on the sword? Viz? F-I-S?
Vithe.
V-I-T-H-E. Vith. Right.
Yes.
Because I have that +1 longsword.
it's still in the cart though. You didn't bring it with you, did you?
And
No.
you can rename that as a +1 Vith longsword if you would like.
Okay.
Or Vithian,
just-
where you drop the E and add IAN,
Okay.
would be like the
I-
plural.
Remember, I'm the one keeping track of what we pick up.
That is the pile of cash he puts in front of you.
Wow. All right. Oh,
That is 30% blue and 70% violet.
And it's divided 6 ways. How you're doing it?
I could take like
You guys split. That's 100%. You guys split how you want to split.
105 violets, Jay. And
And then on top of that, right there, he gives you whatever the heck you gave him to convert. However you want that
450
converted.
blues.
I might not be able to 450.
Now you can still move around in a medium load. You just move a bit slower, and like if you, yeah, and if you're in combat, it becomes a bit more of an issue. Outside of combat, being, I would say, even into your heavy load, isn't a horrible issue aside from being slower slightly.
But hang on, we're right here at the money changer. I mean, if you need to change
You are
yours from blue to violet, you could do that.
Yes, and you can convert that down if you wish to any degree. And then, because I imagine this takes a few minutes for you guys to like split up, and you're probably here for a good 15-20 minutes, like sorting this, even the minor amount that you're about to.
Nick is not interested in any of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Reginald knows.
um,
Reginald just thinking it's going to be
Navromi
heavy.
comes out and has these 2 smaller metallic boxes that he hands over.
Okay. So I'll take. I mean, I could carry the stuff for now.
No, Nith usually helps me carry this stuff. So we're usually pretty good about that.
No,
Like
like I can carry, at the very least, I can carry my portion of the money. But, like, I think I'm going to trade some of the blue. It's 10 blue for 1 violet, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's just like the same transition between copper, silver, gold, plat. It's all 10 to 1.
Okay. Because I'm probably going to convert, like,
Yep. And
150.
and as far as the ability for you guys to carry this currency back to Caravan, it's not an issue at the end of the day. So just keep in mind how you want it. How you actually want it divisible for when you do carry money out and about in town. Because with these amounts of coins or chips, I'm fairly certain none of you carry everything you have on you at all times, because that's very, very heavy.
I have a little secret compartment somewhere with the caravan.
Yeah, and you're like alchemy stand.
Yeah.
Have you created like a false back or something, or like you have just like a giant pile of vials that covers it?
Yep. And some of them
And
smell
herbs and
very,
stuff.
very rancid if you move them
Yeah,
wrongly.
yeah, I like
I
it.
imagine with the amount of currency we have at this point, it's probably, because you probably got a similar amount before. If this is only a little bit more, then
Significantly more.
The caravan is there's like it seems to be a little bit higher, and there's just basically like a false bottom. You pull up a floorboard, and it's just money.
For you, Fizz, I mean for all of you, really, this is more money than any of you have ever seen in your lives.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fizz, you could go back and buy damn near a mansion with this amount of money somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you could retire right now and be fine. For probably a good 20, 30 years. Provided you didn't go extravagant with anything.
Yeah.
Like, you could live comfortably for the rest of your life.
Right. So, okay. That's good to know. Is there like sort of like a private room that I can go to, or
Navromi has brought you the boxes. Is that something you ask him as he's still there?
yeah?
Yes. Follow me.
Okay.
Would you like us to wait here for you?
Yes, please. I will be back.
As he's walking down the hallway with you, you're not disrobing, are you?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
I see. Well, here you are, back into the conference room.
Okay.
I assure you, no one can see in the windows that you see there. Don't worry.
Okay.
And then he leaves back out into the hallway.
Changing clothes.
I mean, it's not. It's pretty much gonna be a walk in. I'm gonna take off the things that I'm wearing.
Yep.
Stuff them in the tin.
Yep.
Put them in my. Put the tin in my inside pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And then walk back out. So, and when I rejoin the group, wow, man, the clothes Fizz is wearing, they're not in very great shape. He doesn't have the hooded cloak anymore. You've realized that, previously, his clothes were kind of kept in like pretty much immaculate condition all the time. And there's like several holes and just like very clearly pretty well worn and old clothes that he's wearing. Okay. I'm ready to head back to the caravan.
Would you like to go buy some clothes first?
I wouldn't feel comfortable walking around with as much cash as we currently do in this city. rather not end up dead. So, unfortunately, I do think I have to go out in public in these clothes.
Where were you hiding those clothes?
Well, these are just my regular clothes.
I don't think so. I know your regular clothes.
Well,
This looks like something that Ween would be
mean,
wearing if he wore normal clothes.
Okay. I mean, I guess I could show you guys because you clearly figured it out. So I pull out the tin, I open it, and there's these like little sleeves that are sitting in there, just sleeves. I came across these in my journeys and found them to be quite useful to get into parties and such. You basically just put them on and whatever clothes you want to wear, they're there. Yeah.
I look at Tywin and I say in Elvish, it's a less
Tywin's
useful
not-
version. Or not Tywin, not Neth.
Yeah.
It's like I look at it in Elvish, like, it's a less useful version of the sword.
So I'll close it and then I'll put it back into my inside pocket, which does some bonuses for if people are trying to search me. That I have to.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And so if I get a small tin, I get the smallest one I can, and then put like a set of brass knuckles inside there, or something that looks like brass knuckles inside there, and tuck it down in. You're gonna have to
Now-
get very personal to find it.
Not that Nithirn technically knows this, but for you as the player, this is helpful knowledge.
Uh huh.
That curse is technically blocked as well.
Ah, so it doesn't show up as
So
magic?
if you got rid of the box, then you could dump it.
Oh. So if I was able to put it in the box,
If you put
does
it,
it?
yeah,
I'm not. Oh, but if I get rid of the box, but I
Right.
still have to take a will save because I know that I was doing it.
yeah,
you're
that's
saying-
true.
Well, however you want to. Do I have to will save to put it in a box?
No, I won't say that. But if you get rid of the box, the curse is still
In the box. It's a loophole, is what you're saying.
yes.
I don't know that the curse hasn't affected me yet, and I really haven't felt, and I haven't really felt the need to it, and I'm just right now. So I
Right,
have
right.
absolutely no reason to think of anything.
Right.
So I just stash it because
Yep.
I think it's magical.
Excellent.
So I just reread my thing, and it's like it's a bonus to sleight of hand when you're trying to put something in it, but it's just like a DC 15 if there's something in the pocket for somebody to find it. So because I have a secret pocket.
Of course you do.
All females have a secret pocket, so I'm not talking dirty. I'm just talking like in places people don't generally touch.
Just digging yourself a bigger hole, man.
Yeah. All right, let's go get
Let's go back to
go
the
get
caravan.
Taween.
Okay, so in the meantime, Taween, you do shopping with Drix. He lays off on the teaching of the common while you are in the quarters, as he too seems to be a bit more aware of his surrounding, and he mentions something. Something just feels a little off. Let's kind of keep our head downs and stick to the sides.
Sounds good to me.
And you got a hood there, right? I know this is strange, but might be better if you put it on. Just
If he looks at me, I'm wearing a helmet that's made out of a wolf's head.
yeah, the helmet. You really wear that thing everywhere, not just when you're in battle. Like you're just walking around town. Why are you wearing it? Ain't you
Like it.
aren't you stuffy?
Ready for battle anytime.
I guess. Hell, I can barely keep this jacket on for more than an hour or two without it itching.
I am a little bit more used to it. I used to have to wear armor all day.
That must get tiring.
You get used to it.
I suppose. All right, well, I finished up my errands here in town, and let's get you to a blacksmith. That's where you wanted to head, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you want to do the talking? You know, kind of swing them common words a bit. I'll be kind of like your help man.
Okay.
All right. So he takes you to one of the blacksmiths. It's a little deeper into the quarter. And you, as well, Taween, you do happen across an arbiter in your way to the blacksmith. They don't stop you or notice you or anything particularly in that sense, but you see one. And you see this floating armor clad figure with this billowing cloak behind them of silver design. And they look somewhat menacing and imposing almost.
I don't have anything magical on me, so I won't detect anything.
Okay, so you're not even an option. But you do see one.
Okay, I don't really know what it is.
Yep. And then you get to the blacksmith. The cudgels bend. And it is this in Progression's way, it's the city, part of the city or the quarter of the city where buildings are built on top of buildings on the interim, and there are some of the bridges that cross and connect and walkways because it's easier to just kind of keep everything compact with how the goods trade, and somebody builds something and then sends it down to somebody else who takes that and adds it to something else, and it's how they kind of in this mishmash way produce goods. It's a little bit chaotic, but it seems to have results, so it works to whatever degree it does here. And you have to go up a ladder, and you get onto the side, and there's this little balcony where you can see there's like hooks hanging on the edge of the wooden frame of where like the handrails are, and on the hooks there are, you see a couple bows, a couple long bows. There's even like a weapon rack on the outside that has a number of pole arms and longer weapons attached to it, things with longer hafts and hilts. And there's a nice little potted flower as well, a little daisy growing on one of the rails corners. The door is wide open, and it's interesting that a blacksmith is built on this second story shop because they seem to have, despite the effort it probably took them, made the ground here stone so that they can stick a forge up on top of these other buildings. But the upside is the vent and shaft is straight up to the top. It doesn't have to go through anyone else's building. And it is cramped between like two other shops of some other, manner. One of them is closed. The other one has, you see clothes on a rack and something nearby through the door. And as you step in, you can see a couple of more weapons here and there, but mostly immediately as you enter, it seems you enter the workspace. You see a pile of coal in one corner. You see various stacks of metal and supplies, throngs of leather, pieces of wood that are unshaped, to be made for handles and various things. And near the back, you see where there's the anvil and the glowing hot red forge. It is about 20 degrees hotter in this room than it is immediately outside of the door. And there's almost like this slight smoky haze as you see this pretty well-built human. He's got this slicked back, probably from grease and soot, black hair that he just pulls up and throws behind his head. There's dirty smudges around him. He's wearing this thicker leather apron to protect him from the sparks and anything that may shoot off of what he's working on. He's wearing these thick black leather gloves, and you see that he's got like a scar across his forehead. It doesn't hit his eyes or anything, and he just turns, looks at you, and what do you need?
Hello.
Hello.
How is the weather?
Weather is fine. Not that I see it much. Cooped up in here.
Yes.
Name's Michael, and he walks over and pulls off the glove and thrusts out a hand toward you.
I take in, wait, and shake it. Tywee.
Good to meet you, Tyween. What can I help you with today?
I was hoping, I brought some material, and I was wondering if maybe we could make some type of shield with it. And then I grab my bag, my backpack thing, and pull out the bone material that came from that big ass bug thing. Bought big bug that had this covering its body. Pretty hard and light at the same time.
A special material. Custom made shield, light, heavy, thick, power shield, buckler. What are you looking for?
I like the heavy shield, bigger shield.
Heavy
not
shield.
Power shield.
Excellent. All right. And you want it to be primarily made of this stuff? What is this stuff?
Like I said, we fought this big, like, caterpillar worm bug thing that came out of the ground, covered its whole body.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard.
Interesting.
Better than, I do believe, would be better than wood as a defensive item.
He says, you mind? And he holds his hand out for one of the plates.
I hand it out to him.
Somewhat heavy. Thickness is good. Takes a hammer. Pah! Strong. This might be doable. Just one? Or are you looking to use up all of it? You got enough here for, hell, probably 7 or 8 shields. Or something else.
Like, what are you thinking?
You see him like take a step back and study you for a moment. Medium armor? Is that a scale of some sort? Kind of reaches his hand out, lifts up one of the leather flaps.
Yes, it's scale.
A little bit of shoddy work.
I bought it. I bought it Actually, I bought it in this town earlier.
Not for me though. It's crap. So,
Crap.
heavy armor, medium armor. Do you want to wear heavier stuff, or is this about the mobility you're going for?
This is about the mobility I'm looking for.
Understood. I was a soldier for a number of years, a couple decades actually. Shitty time, very boring. Nothing happens in this world. But I wore lots of armors and studied a lot. It's kind of what led me here. All right, so something medium and a shield. And all right, so you looking for just a basic build, or you want this to really be something of substance?
I kind of take pride in armor, so I actually like it to be of substance.
Pride. I like that. I like that a lot. All
As you
right.
could tell, the armor I'm currently wearing, I've been modifying by adding fur to it.
Yep, I can tell. Yeah, you want furs added to this? I mean, seems a little silly. I could polish it up, and I could probably also stain this or paint it if you wanted a particular color. I don't know how this kind of drabish green is going to look on you, and maybe if you're walking around in the grass or something. But
I never really thought about that.
now's the time to think about it. This is a suit of armor you're conscripting here. This
Well,
is your mind and mine working together.
yes. Oh,
The more I
that-
understand your desires, the more I can make something you will like.
I like you.
Good. So shiny, dull, what do you like?
Shiny would be good.
Shiny, all right. Shiny, medium, well made, painted, colorful? Yes, no?
I don't see why not.
Now, does comfort matter? You want it padded, silked underneath?
Padded. I
Padded.
don't need
padded.
anything too. I don't need anything too fancy when it
All
comes
right,
to that.
functional, something to be worn over the clothes, not in place of as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Hell, do you want? Here's something some people go for. I don't know that you're that kind of guy, but do you like spikes? Just think about it.
I'm not against it, but let's not go too crazy yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, if you were to go crazy, now would be the time. But
I am wondering how long would something like this take?
you got a time restraint that might affect things too.
Not as far as I know.
Well, thinking of maybe a week, maybe two. Depends. I mean, I do have other work, other commissions, but I'm not trying to get into the nitty gritty of price and stuff. But the more that price goes up, the more of my attention you will have on this suit of armor. It's just a manner of the business. You see, I either have to split my business and do a little bit on a number of things to supply orders, or someone special comes along. Someone special that says, I want you to work directly for me. And then I give it my all. But I need your go-ahead for that.
I have a feeling I might have a lot of money coming my way.
Well, you got a good payday? You want to pass along some of that generosity? I'll make sure you have the best damn suit of opportunity armor that you have seen. And
Now,
out of something no one else has their hands on.
question:
Yes,
Are you against me watching and or helping?
I would welcome it.
I am through my travels. I am slowly becoming interested in crafting things.
You want to be a purchaser, you want to pay me for my time, and you want to come apprentice with me. Of course.
Something like that.
I mean, not long term or anything, but for your peace at least. I'll teach you
Yes.
things, you help me.
Sounds good.
That knocks down time, that knocks down price. Sounds good.
I like that idea.
Excellent. Anything else? So, suit of armor, shield, and if you're going to be helping, we've got time to think about these things. We've got time to talk about it. So, go home, get your payday, think real hard. If you want to leave the stuff with me now, I can start looking it over, stress testing, figuring out what's good, what's not. I don't know what you've brought me is all good material, but it's a lot of material and we can work with that.
I'll leave it with you. I trust you.
Excellent. All right.
And then I like get out the rest out of my backpack and I kind of.
There's like this giant boom as you put it down. It's like 50, 60 pounds of this chitin. He just,
Yeah.
whew. Yeah, we're going to have a good time. Go rest. Bring back some beer or something, or some ale. We're going to need it probably.
No more fishing for you.
Gotta make that armor.
You went shopping.
You went shopping.
Nov is gonna make fun of you so much.
And he says, Tawin, and he holds his hand out for another shake.
Michael.
And he holds it, and he says, let's make something awesome.
Yes.
All right. I'll see you in the coming days. I'll get started.
Sounds good. I will be back tomorrow. With
Excellent.
money.
Okay. We'll talk the money. We'll figure it out. We'll get that behind us. And we'll be on our way.
Sounds good.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
And the weather is fantastic, by the way.
Thank you.
Who said we couldn't spend all that money in one place?
That's right.
Oh,
I have no idea what he just spent, but it's like a lot.
so much.
Which is fine by Tywin. Because the less money he has to carry, the better for him. He's
Well-
all in one place unarmored.
Yeah. Well, what's even the point of carrying around all those purple things?
Yeah, exactly.
One day, Fizz is gone and all our money is gone.
Yep.
No. No. Right now, it's looking. One day, Tywin is gone and all gone,
No, Tywin
and
won't be
then
gone.
4 months later, Tywin catches up with the caravan and is just completely kitted out and
Nope.
stuff.
Yep.
Tawin just is a tank. So, with that, was there any other shopping you wanted to get done while you were here in the district, Tawin?
No, Tywin was just there for the blacksmith.
All right.
Oh,
So,
Right,
you and Drix head back out towards camp. You make your way out of the gate with another round of... They don't question really at all as you leave, but you can see they are questioning other people that are coming into the district. You see one guy as you're leaving. He has a cart, and it has like some cloth draped over it. And they've stopped him. They've removed the cloth, and they've started to go through his goods, giving a search for bulk items. It seems. And the two of you make your way back to camp, where, you know, maybe half an hour later, once you and Drix get back, the rest of the crew finds their way back as well. Much more weighed down, but they get back.
Ugh.
It's not that bad. I can carry it.
When I get back, Tywin looks at him and be like, I might have just spent all my money.
I doubt that, friend.
Well, I'm glad that I got my cut.
Would you like me to hold on to your purse again and give you what you need? Or will you carry it towards whatever you're buying?
I might as well carry as much as I can. I don't know how much money I just spent.
All right. I look at Fizz. How much did we give you again?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
You gave me 100. Oh, I have to scroll up to that. You gave me 150 violet, and then
It should be 105.
105. Okay. Sorry, I misheard. So that changes to that. And then it was 250 blue?
450.
450 blue, yeah.
All right, here you go. And here's the conversion of the other ones. It should be converted from copper to reds, silvers to oranges,
You just
and gold
1-to-1
to
converted
blues.
it.
Isn't that what you said? You never said that he gave me something different.
Oh, no, all I had said is if you wanted to convert anything down or up or down, you could if you wanted.
Yeah.
Nope. It's 1,100 red pieces, 540 orange pieces, and 81 blues.
That's why it was so heavy, and I had to carry it.
Yep.
Well, thank you.
Wizrun, would you like your cut, or shall I hold it for you?
I do have some things I hope to find in the coming days. I'll take my cut.
All right. And I give him his cut.
Okay, one sec. Let me get his character sheet open.
So I only have half of what I had before. So that's 315
All right. So
violets.
what was it?
105 violets.
105 and how much blue?
450.
450. Okay, cool. Yep. So Wizard takes his share.
All right. The currency is now in my character sheet.
What's left?
Yep, and it's still too much. 1738.
You are the party banker.
Yes, I am.
Mine's not that much. It's not heavy or anything.
Monster. And I look at North. I'm guessing that you want me to hold on to your share again, North?
Has no value.
I thought so. Well, if you want us to get you another a sharper falchion, just tell me and we'll look for it. Look for it in the.
If I need things, I
Yes.
will tell you.
All right.
If you find things that are better than what I have, I will take.
That's,
I-
all right.
Do not shop. Not
That's
like
all right.
Taween here. Cannot resist shopping every time he leaves.
I was at blacksmith
Shopping.
making coffee. We'll make grand masterpiece apparently.
Mm.
Shield and armor.
How long is that going to take?
It sounds like if I help him and pay him enough, like a week. If,
Well,
if we have the time.
yeah. Well, apparently the dwarves have some important things to discuss that we all need to be present for. So we're supposed to meet with them tomorrow.
Good luck.
Figured you didn't want to come.
I signed to you. Should be all of us.
Should be, but you'll be staying with us for a while, right, Noth?
Perhaps.
Then I'll bring Sin along, and he can fill you in later.
I like this idea. Sin is a good
And,
storyteller.
Yes, he is. Interesting information from him. Drix, will you be coming with us as well, since you'll be traveling?
What, to your bankers meeting or something?
Yeah. Or would you...
Is that the business we're in now?
Not banking, but looks like he wants us to go to a new area, and there's some information. If you just want to tag along and not know more than you need to, then
I
He's
mean,
fine.
I don't see the harm in knowing anything.
okay. And Wizrun, I'm pretty sure you want to come along.
He just nods. Yep.
And Taween, it seems like the information we're going to get is somehow might be help direct you somewhere as well. He was quite vague about it.
What time do we go there?
Probably mid-morning after we set up and finish our daily routines.
Okay, I have plans afterwards.
That's fine.
Have to meet your blacksmith friend.
Yes. Apparently, we're making masterpiece. I might have spent all my money in one place. I'm not sure.
Like I said, I doubt you spent all your money in one place.
Hmm. Well,
Grand masterpiece of art.
well, I mean, I'll probably have to pick up a few things myself after our meeting. You want me to join you? Could maybe make sure that this guy is not pulling a fast one on you.
Rex was with me. He's good. People.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just got to talking, and it was like a match made. You did real well on. I mean, you really didn't do much negotiating, but you didn't talk about price either. But you told them what you wanted, and I think it sounded nice.
Yeah.
Now you just got to see if his skill kind of holds up to that. I think that would be the only thing you should look for.
Yeah.
Taween, I think you should bring both Fizz and Drix with you, just in case.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes it can be a good sign when price isn't immediately brought up, but sometimes it's not really a great sign. They want you to fall in love with the idea before they spring a very high price on you.
I don't really have much use for it anyways.
Well,
Guys?
that is true.
Guys, if you have any magical items you want to hide in the caravan for now, I take up the big metal box. I'd place it in here for a bit until we leave, just in case.
Why's that?
The arbiters are around the city, right?
Oh, I heard of them.
What's an arbiter?
They're people that steal magic and prevent it from Induhana. Basically, you like them.
Tywin doesn't like magical, man.
Yeah, I mean it has its uses. I have to keep my ring in the cart then.
Anything else? Wizard, would you like to hide things in here for a bit?
That sounds like a nuisance. Yes,
Yeah.
I guess I won't have my books. And a number of other things. Excellent. I'll be defenseless.
I will be too. I'm putting away my bomb kit and my potions.
I'll put my component pouch in the big box, I guess, because I didn't think about that. If we're putting away those
components,
yeah, that doesn't really.
Okay.
They don't have magic of themselves normally.
That's standard.
It's shit like pieces of sand, bits of wool, like it's just like normal shit that's needed as a material focus for things usually.
My bomb actually is magic, so I have to put them away.
Oh, okay.
I mean, somebody who knows magic would be very suspect if you're carrying all that crap around.
That's true. It is still a tell of a spellcaster, but
Yeah.
So
Tywin would you see Tywin reach in his bag, and he pulls out like this pile of fur and put it in the box.
what?
Oh,
That's the knife.
Oh yeah,
oh, right.
Or dagger.
I thought he just put random piles of furs.
that's kind of what I thought too at first. These are magical to me.
Magical.
The
Puts them
furs
in the
are
box.
magic.
You didn't know he had magical fur, did you?
And I take the +1 Vithian longsword and I place it in
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
where it was showcased inside the cart because nobody uses it.
Yeah. So you all relieve yourselves of magical gear. You find rest for the night. Do the group of you go back to the tavern in town, or are you staying at the caravan?
I'm going to the tavern.
Okay. Sin follows you. Drix follows you.
Yeah.
Yeah. A number of you go back to the tavern.
I think I'll actually stay at the caravan this time.
Okay. And anybody have anything during, after, before the sleep?
There's one thing I would like to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if anyone wants to do before that, that's fine.
I got nothing.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna stay at the same tavern, but I'm gonna take once I get my stuff settled, gonna take a couple blues and have a pretty good night in
All right.
Yeah, that
Fisherman's-
makes sense.
Yeah.
Fisherman's area.
Yeah,
Where all the sailors are.
You flaunt it a little bit. They're not really sailors. It's more so fishermen. There are a few fishing boats that go out that you hear about.
I'm sure there's a couple houses of ill repute.
You know, Fisher's Bounty, in your night of fun, is probably the most wayward in that sense quarter to be in. Their major catchphrase is, if you catch it, you own it, you lose it, you lost it. So it's kind of one of those, well, you left it on the table. I didn't know. How was I supposed to know it was yours? It's mine now. So, like, out of any of the quarters, this is where thievery happens the most. You come to learn pretty quickly. Not that you get stolen from or anything, but it's a good time. You fall in with some interesting people, and they take you bar hopping throughout the night. You try probably a good fucking 20 different kind of fish. It seems the rivers that flow into this section, it's interesting. Not only it's mostly freshwater fish, but oddly enough, there are saltwater fish that they have for some reason too. It definitely would stick out to you.
That's not suspicious at all.
No, I mean, even if you say something about it, like they legitimately say, "Yeah, we catch this in the river."
Okay.
Interesting. Saltwater fish in the river. That's interesting.
How fishy does the saltwater fish smell?
Well, no, there's fish that go from the ocean. They spawn upstream, so it's not like it's
That's
unheard
true.
of.
Yeah,
And brackish water is a thing in this world too.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, so these rivers are rivers that apparently get both types of fish,
Excellent.
or whatever that means. Fun little geological tip there.
So I assume with the amount of money that I just received, I'm going to be tipping pretty generously. I've spent probably, I don't know, does 5 blues sound reasonable?
Fair enough.
Stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. RJ, you just going and bedding down?
Yep.
Nithir, anything for you?
No, just toying around with if we're out in the outside of the city, right? In an excluded area.
Not too far, but yeah, you can still see the
Okay.
walls from where you're parked up.
Toying around with the weapon, seeing what it will do.
Okay. Yeah. It seems it doesn't turn into things that you aren't aware of or haven't come across before. So, like, for example, if you've never seen a dwarven war axe, that's not something you can turn it into.
No, I have a vast training in monk weapons. And
Right.
very small
That's
other weapons.
that's why I said dwarven war axe. You've probably never seen one of those.
Nope.
But
No,
things that
pretty
you
much any monk weapon, and I have a very small other set of weapons I know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
No, I'd only turn it in things that I know or am proficient with.
Yep.
So that, sorry,
Yeah.
I just like expanded a little bit. I assume I run into somebody that probably has better clothes than me, and I'd like to try and win them off him.
Excellent. I will make a contested roll. Okay. You have a new pair of moderately better fisherman's clothes.
Awesome.
It's got overalls, lots of pockets. You don't have to keep the overalls, but there's still pants and a shirt. But you won the overalls too, whether you use them or not.
Yeah.
A pair of like knee-high, waterproof fishing boots.
those I'll probably leave.
But you won them.
Yeah.
You give them back to him. You're like, oh.
No, they're gonna get conveniently left in the tavern room that I rented.
Yeah, so a man goes shoeless into the night at the end of it. In nothing but his skivvies and your old clothes.
Yeah. Obviously, I would have removed the silver box. I'm not.
Yeah. You don't leave
yeah.
any of your stuff behind that you want, of course. And everybody finds their rest in the evening. Morning comes. You guys have your various breakfasts across town and at camp.
Devon, there was one thing. I
yes, Tyween.
After Tyween does his little late night walk around the camp.
Yep.
And he finally does fall asleep. If I don't know if anyone would even be awake at this time, but as Tyween lays in his hammock, his body starts to shift and move as his arms start to dislocate and whatnot. Now this doesn't wake him up and he doesn't even know it, but his body, if anyone was watching him, his body was just acting really weird.
Okay.
And I would picture this being something that would happen every once in a while at night.
Yeah, Noth does not notice. And then,
I don't think I wouldn't have noticed for any reason because I would have been in a trance of some sort.
Okay.
It's more my limbs than anything. My legs seem to get longer for a minute or start to get longer.
Okay. There's some strange auto stretching happening to you. Excellent.
Yes, because
Yep.
level 4.
Oh, I know.
Happens to me.
So you have a stretchy night, Tyween. You wake up oddly sore in those areas, in those joints. It just feels like you had a whole day of working out.
Yeah.
But you've been in the cart for 3 days. You should not feel like this. Everybody has their breakfasts across town, and unless anybody wants to do anything in particular, you find yourselves back at the embassy.
Fizz is wearing overalls and a new shirt, newish shirt. He's still got his old sort of vest on though that had his little secret pocket in it. So,
Sin, Drix, and Wizrun are in tow. All but Noth.
Says,
well, I ate a quite a bit of fish last night.
I see.
So.
I clean you up with prestidigitation for the day.
Okay.
The fish smell goes away.
Okay. I'm happy.
I also had a lot of fish. I caught lots of fish yesterday.
Yeah, but it didn't stick on your clothes as much as his. Are those your clothes?
Stop.
Well,
I'm chatting mom right now.
we're having a little bit of fun last night, and got in a little bit of a game of cards with a fellow, and I did kind of need new clothes, and none of the shops were open, so I figured give it a shot, and lo and behold, I happened to win.
You played a stripping game with a fisherman and
Well,
won his overall?
it was not a stripping game. I mean, he did have to strip in the end, but there is no sexual tension there whatsoever. I can tell you that.
Hmm.
At least on your end.
well, if you do that again, make sure you take a shower.
I'll try to keep that in mind.
Or clean the clothes at least.
Well, I mean, wouldn't be a problem if I could use my sleeves, but don't want to really risk it with all the arbiters around. So
So as you guys are talking and walking and joking between one another and whatnot, you eventually find yourselves back at the embassy. And back into the conference room, as he called it, that Navromi has brought you to. Similar entrance, somewhat questioned by the guards, a repeat story, more or less. Similar entrance into the embassy, and you find yourselves all seated before Navromi.
when Fizz flops down, you notice that he's not wearing the overalls anymore. He's wearing a little bit nicer clothes.
Ah, I see.
Where did he get clothes?
Well, I mean, I guess the others know. I've got these sleeves that let me change the clothes that I'm wearing, and it makes it look like they're fixed and everything. So yeah, pretty handy in a tight spot. But with all the arbiters around,
Sometimes
don't really want to wear them in
magic
public.
can be useful, Tawin.
Yeah, quite handy. Don't have to spend a lot on clothes. I can tell you that. And if I ever get them dirty or anything, it just takes a quick second and they're clean.
I've never spent that much on clothes either.
Yeah, well, man, some of the bars I played at, I would have been going through a set of pants every night if it weren't for these sleeves.
Navromi comes over to you, Tawin, and says, Tawin, feel the sleeve of this robe.
Okay.
It is like the waters of silk that flow through your hands. He says, you might not care about clothing much, but it comes with prestige, position, sometimes with honor, and very comfortable.
Where I come from, armor is where you show prestige.
Indeed, I imagine so. Well, welcome, friends. I am glad so many of you have decided to join this little band of intrepid adventurers. When I first met you all, I was suspiciously shocked at how upfront and nice and unwanting you all were. And that suspicion was rather quelled on your return, for you yet again confronted us with truth, honesty, and were open about all that you saw and all that you wish to know and want. I must say, in all of my dealings with the non-dwarven peoples over these past few generations. I am a bit of an adventurer myself, or would like to be. I have not met many people that have a similar stance. Most people are very consumed in what they want, how they can grow, and themselves. And while there are parts of that in some of you, that is nothing to be ashamed of. But overall, I see something different in all of you. And it is why I wish to foster this relationship further. If you all have any immediate questions, I would be happy to answer them, as I imagine some of the things you have seen have gone far and above outside the realm of what you may know. I do have a history to tell you, and to fill you in on. Some of it may pertain to some of you, some of it may not. But I think it will help paint the background to the larger issues around many of us, and allow each of you to decide where and how you fit in, which will give you the knowledge and the power to move forward and make a difference where most cannot. So, any overly pressing questions any of you have?
What was it looked like you had an inclination of what the scrying cations meant.
Yes.
Would you be willing to share that?
I think part of that will be covered in the history I wish to share you. But in short,
Okay.
they're important locations that we don't fully understand but know of ourselves. He kind of looks around, pauses for a moment, waiting to see if anybody else has a question on the tip of their tongue. Or for Nithirn to be writing.
Yeah, no, Nithirn's kind of thinking, because I don't know that she knows what questions to ask.
Yeah. Taween, were you going to say something?
Is the food for everybody?
Of course, eat as much as you would like.
Then we start to eat.
I'll grab a glass of wine. I'd like to try and memorize what this guy's going to tell us in terms of the story. So, is that a roll or?
Go ahead and roll an intelligence check, and we'll kind of just see how well you in general retain it.
Huh.
Okay. Barring
That's
maybe
pretty good.
some specific words here and there, you should be fine with being able to recant this in total.
Okay.
So, what I wish to tell you all, a little bit lengthy, and if you have questions, they might be answered, but feel free to stop me if it's important, because I value what each of you think, and I don't want any of you to be feeling left out. That being said, what is said in this room is carefully gathered and not constructed, but
Curated.
Yes, thank you, Reginald. Curated knowledge. It is knowledge that if the average person had, and just spread throughout the lands, would undoubtedly destabilize much of civilization as it is today, in various ways. And while some of that may not persist through time, I think in the current state of things, it matters to consider who knows what, and where what one says may lead to another's ear. So, I think it is important to start somewhat near the beginning, at least the beginning from my understanding and the beginning of my people. My people being the dwarves. We were not always what we appear to be. We are nowhere near what we appear to be now. For 800 cycles ago, cycle meaning year, we lived on the continent with the rest of the races. However, we had no society of our own. We were slaves to who are known as the Vith, and we were forced to toil in the ground, searching for astron and various metals for their gain. Now the Vith, as a quick aside, are a faction of the elven race. Tawin, I can tell by your stature alone that you are not Vith. You are shorter, you are darker skinned, your ears are not quite as pointed and long. You, I can tell by looking, are a forest dweller, am I right?
Yes.
The Vith are the exact opposite of that. They built cities and lived in them. They taught our people, the dwarves, not only in doing their labor, but to construct these obelisks that you have been finding. And we constructed their cities. These walls of opportunity were built by the dwarves, but mastered by the Vith. And we were given nothing in return. Our existence had no meaning. During this time, magic on the continent was immense and everywhere. The Vith built these obelisks with our help as conduits for magical energy. With the proper magic and knowledge, one could simply grab it out of the air. This allowed the Vith to dominate the realm, using feats of power unseen by any in history before that we can record. This did not last forever, however, as their hubris caught up with them. You see, and for you, Fizz, this is somewhat telling of your backstory, perhaps. He doesn't know you're a bard, actually. He didn't say that. For you, Fizz, this might be of interest, as humans have always been without magic. For this reason, the Vith were confident in their rule over them. Even if they were taught the arcane language, the motions, the words, the things to carry and use with them, they were unable to harness its power. However, the obelisks that the Vith built changed that. As the humans learned to manifest their desires without the need of any inner power of their own. The tool to this connection are these astron crystals. Simply by having one of these crystals in their raw form, and depending on the color of the crystal, which pertains to different aspects of reality, the power within them acted as sources of magic for one, even for one that did not have it within their own. So while this alone was not at first enough for the humans to use magic, these obelisks amplified that for all. The Vith did not anticipate this. But the humans knew the words, they knew the motions, and with the obelisks, they had the means. Within only a couple of human generations, they adapted, they scoured the continent for these astron, beneath the eyes of the Vith. They experimented with them, learned their extents with them, and quickly they rose to the understanding of the magic and the Alm well enough to even use it without the amplification of the obelisks. It was during these times that the humans rose up against the Vith. They forced them to deactivate their obelisks, for it only empowered their enemy, and then overwhelmed them with an ingenuity and a speed of progress that they could not match. and thus the Vith fell, and their society ruined. This did, however, lead to the corruption of man. For it was also during these times that archmages like Siagan Volras and the cadre of Nuek first appeared. Given magic, not all of the humans used it for the progress of their kind. They hunted the land of dragons, captured and twisted them, merging human with dragons, and created the race of the Dragonborn that now walk the plains today, or the realms today. It is still unknown if dragons were entirely destroyed. Some may have fled, but to where? Perhaps some still lie in hiding, but in either event, in today's time, they are but myth. You see, for generations after the destruction of the Vith, human generation, they would continue to fight amongst themselves, furthering their connection to magic and their control over it. They grew so powerful that they could recreate themselves into other forms. The races, and he points to you, Reginald, of gnomes and of halflings used to be human. These were two of the most successful of their creations. These new beings were unlike anything of a normal human, entirely different. They had inherent magic and connections to it built within. And for some times, these races considered themselves equal, if not better, than the humans that created them, before eventually going to create their own niche in society that you may have come from today. Also, during these times, entire towns could be wiped out by singular spells, and chaos reigned supreme among the lands. The power of the humans, that what they had harnessed, was terrifying. That lasted for many generations, but 350 cycles ago, that all came to an abrupt halt. You see, the magic that bound what we call the anchors to this realm, anchors that we, the dwarves, put in place under the control of the Vith, began to crumble. Magic became unreliable. Monsters appeared across the land, and there was no one left with the knowledge to come forth and stop it. What remained of the Vith remained silent, delighting in the oncoming downfall of the humans and their hubris. Elementals walked the lands. Sickness and plagues scoured communities, and society for the humans began to fall, just as it did for the Vith. And as the realms brought forth their influence, the lands were rapidly shaped. Mountains sprung up in a matter of cycles. Lakes dried overnight, and oceans assaulted the coasts, obliterating all among their shores. This was not unseen by us, however, the dwarves. For 800 cycles ago, up to that point of destruction, we, the dwarves, once the Vith were defeated, had our own things we were doing. We made our escape. We gathered the knowledge we could about the Vith and the ways of Almic magic that they had us work with, and traveled to the lands of Creolor, a lush and fertile jungle. Creolor was a dangerous and unsettled land. We planned our own society, constructed it, one where we would not be under the thumb of others. And understanding the true connection the Astron has to the Alm, we were able to build incredible works of art. Pyramids, where entire communities lived within, were constructed, and we hid from the world. We cut ourselves off by the large mountain range that separated these lands from the rest of the continent and the rest of the dangers. For even when the powers did rise to when the humans did rise to power, they did not venture into these dangerous jungles and were instead focused on each other, and ruling, and creating, and destroying themselves. But finally, we the dwarves had our own meaning to life, whatever we wanted it to be. We lived in relative peace, bothered by meager wildlife within the jungles, which we never struggled to combat. Our cities easily protected them, and our understanding of the ancient almic magic overwhelmed any threat that perceived us. That was until 350 cycles ago, when the anchors began to crumble. Creolor was no exception to this destruction. Our new jungles, over the course of a few dozen cycles, were obliterated, set ablaze, cracked asunder. And while the rest of the races were overwhelmed by this bleeding of the realms, we dwarves held fast in our knowledge of the Alm. Our most impressive feat was how we survived. Unlike the humans and the Vith who fell before us, we would not lie folly to that same destruction. As our jungles burned down around us and consumed all in its path, we did what we thought could preserve our new home, and we decided to remove the entire area from the problem. Using the full extent of our knowledge in the Alm, we lifted massive swaths of land into the air with our magic. We took it away from the continent and what we could of the jungles to the skies, and we hid off the continent, suspended above the oceans, surrounded by massive clouds to further mask our disappearance. And with this, we disappeared for generations again, maintaining and rebuilding and reshaping and forging what we knew ourselves to be. For shortly after that, it only took 50 or so cycles once the anchors fell for this realm to crumble. Look around you. Civilization is nothing. People cannot read, they cannot write, magic is feared. That was until a hero named Del rose to the occasion during that time of crumbling. In the country now known as Talon Ure, he stopped the threat of the undead and the dragonborn armies of Siag and Volrus that were reigning supreme during that time, and he was known as their last great king. Harnessing the strength and power unmatched by any in history we have seen, he somehow was responsible for ending the bleeding, but we don't know how. You see, during this time, us dwarves, we settled into our newfound situation, and we realized how much power we would need to keep our race, our civilization, alive. It is not free to keep mountains worth of land above the sea. So we constructed a plan that would not only provide us with what we need, but in hopes that we would also pave the way forward for societies to rebuild here on the mainland. Thus, we are here now, in the dwarven embassy of Ditopus, where others were born like it. This was not the first, and it won't be the last, hopefully. For 250 cycles ago, we constructed our first embassies within every major port town of the continent that survived. And from there we began to spread inward, and over the last few hundred cycles, 5, 6 of your human generations, we have strived and struggled to create a valuable and stable currency across the land, not only bringing people together, but also aiding us in what we need. And he holds up and shakes the Astron crystal again. The power to keep ourselves alive. With much of nature still rife with monsters and danger, it is no comparison to the time before the bleeding. The world is dangerous, but we hopefully have played some part in allowing human civilization and other civilizations, gnomes, halflings, elves, they all have their own ways of life they have grown. And we hope we have played a part in rekindling that for the past 300 cycles. But we are forever shaped by the events of the past. And this time, we wondered if the humans would rise without the power they once had. The knowledge gone, wiped, dead with them and the Vith, destroyed by each other and themselves. With the Vith having no more reign over this land, we aided where we could. And survival has become everyone's concern. So, aside from minor squabbles over land here and there, no major wars have happened since. Countries yet again have begun spreading their fingers, solidifying into borders. They have set up roadways, they've begun farming the land, and building the foundations of civilization yet again. But, as some of you may have seen, not everything is growth without cost. You see, today, the dwarves of Ditopus seek the anchors that bind this realm. The anchors once constructed by our people under the rule of the Vith that have been abandoned for hundreds of cycles. We have felt that they have slowly begun to slip back into chaos. Without the proper upkeep, without the knowledge of what they are and how they work, they have become conduits to the other realms. Strange occurrences have been spreading across the lands. In recent cycles, we have seen this. Strange beasts appearing that are not of this world. Magic flaring in ways that it should not. And stories of plagues that have spread across communities for no other reason have forced our involvement again with the continent beyond just survival. Aside from maintaining our hold over the currency economics of the realm, for reasons that make sense now, hopefully, we have tried to remain impartial to the other races. We allow them to grow how they wish, to do what they want, while we hide in our cities, far removed from anyone else. We are brought Astron for our use and power and maintenance, and in return, we try to order stability of the realm. We have quelled many of these new nations from becoming too hostile in the name of wealth. For, as we see it, if we can control the wealth, then in a way, we can control the greed of men. And that is where we are today. That is the situation we find ourselves in. With a long and bloody and hard-fought history for the survival of all. We do not claim to be saviors. We do not claim to be the glue that binds anything together, but we have done what we could and continue to do so. But these anchors, they are deteriorating. And we have seen through history what that leads to. And we do not wish for that to happen again. He lets out this really deep sigh. Kind of just sinks into his cushion for a moment, just staring off in the distance. Like he's just relived a tale that he had hoped he never had to tell. You see, during this, Wizrun was listening with such intent that he could cut the strongest steel with the knife of his gaze. Sin looked sad, his eyes downtrodden, and you see tears in his eyes. And Drix just mouth agape, shocked at the knowledge he has just received. A few moments, maybe even minutes go by as everyone absorbs everything in the room. Then Navromi looks up. So, any questions now? And he just smiles. But there's this, like, hidden sadness behind the smile.
Do you guys know how to fix these anchors that you spoke of?
We understand the magic of Alm and have mastered it in many ways, but we don't know where these anchors are. So they are still unknown to us. The ones who created it in history have all passed, and many of them were slaves when they had it. Many could not think for themselves or write, and much of that has been lost, the intricacies of them. We know the story of our people, but we don't have the encyclopedia of them, if that makes sense.
I am guessing what you want us to do is try to find any information on these things. Was one of the goals of what we accept.
That was the goal of the Diarch and its crew that you intercepted it. You see, I personally have never desired to be an embassy manager that I am, but I am a part of the 7th Circle of Dwarves. That's for another time, probably, but the inner workings of our civilization are different. But I am not at the highest echelons of my society. I am what you might say a researcher, an intrepid, hopeful explorer want to be.
Nick Aaron's writing something.
And historian. I came to opportunity and accepted this embassy because I knew it would take me close to the place where a lot of it happened. And with that, I found on one page with one sentence something about outside the town of Balin. With the Diarch gone and its crew destroyed and crippled, literally. I had no one to turn to, and then you all showed up. You have confirmed some suspicions of mine. You were writing, Nith. I see. Are you done?
Yeah, she holds it out, and basically what it says, there's pieces of this that make sense, pieces of it that don't. I can't connect it. I think I'm lost in this story.
Would I betray you if I shared?
That's what she wrote.
Yeah. He looks at you and says, would I be betraying your trust if I revealed some of your true nature?
She takes, I don't know my true nature.
The part you do.
I don't sense there can be betrayal here.
I don't know much about your people, the Eladrin. They have only come, and I have heard whispers of them in the past few hundred cycles, sometime after the last fall of the anchors. I don't know if it connects to any of it, but I am of certain that At least the origins of the form you take now are not of this realm. I don't know how that connects further, but when I saw what you were, I knew immediately that this pertained to you.
She starts to write.
Speak.
What? Yeah, what you? Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'm shifting.
She starts to write. That makes sense. I know I'm not from here. I was brought here by my sensei.
Then you know more about things than I do in certain ways.
I know nothing. She wrote.
Then seek it. Hopefully we can give you an avenue in which to do that. But the anchors, Reginald, as you mentioned, in ways, yes, we do hope to find them. And you did confirm some of my hopes and suspicions. You see, I believe what you found in Balin was an observation outpost used by the Vith for maintaining or monitoring. Initially built and constructed to not have to be at the same all locations of those that it pertained to, but still keep an eye on them. We know all of the obelisks had some amount of idea in transference and emanation of power at one point as well, but we have concepts that they might relate to these anchors. And if the magic of these sites wanes, not only could that be of time, but also a reflection of not corruption, but deterioration of the anchors themselves. If we have these new locations, and we can secure them, research them, understand them, learn them, and at the very least prevent any further damage from happening, that is our goal. We don't wish to raise an empire with them as the Vith once did. But we do want to stop that from falling into the hands of those who would contort such things. Which I am sure there are some.
Then you should have a scribe copy this map.
If you leave it with us, it might be helpful.
I'll leave it with you for now. And I don't know about everyone else. I'm willing to do what I can to help with what you need.
How long did it take for the anchors to act up last time? Is that something that's known?
By historical records, it was 300 to 400 years or so. I mean, 800 cycles ago was roughly the time that the Vith fell, the Vith fell in society. They had some semblance of this up for who knows how long. We don't know much of the history beyond that. But we suspect they were maintained during those times, and up to that point. And once the Vith fell, it was 400 or so years later, 450 or so cycles later, that they all but broke, and the last great king, Del, fixed them. But they were likely slowly deteriorating for dozens of decades before then. It has been 350 years since they have last been maintained or fixed, and we don't even know what happened then.
Yeah.
We can see the effects starting, and we do not wish to wait another human generation for it to actually collapse before we act.
Mm-hmm. So this Dell guy, is that a name that I recognize, or?
It's it's like it has the same weight that in our world the name Gandhi has, right? Like not in the same tone, but
Yeah.
if you say, yeah, do you remember the Gandhi guy? Like damn near everyone on the planet understands who and what you're talking about. Similarly for Fizz, Del the Great Last King was the last time in the country to the north of Duhana, that the country of Talon Ure, that had any semblance of an incredible king. It's the one in history that stuck out. It is the great Arthur of their times, the King Arthur of their times. But that was 350 cycles ago, give or take. And from what you understand, he was human, and so he's almost certainly gone by now.
Yeah. Oy.
Or we hope, anyways.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yep.
I believe what you found on this map are anchor sites. It's what they would have been watching for. They are dangerous locations. Especially if primal magics are seeping through.
Oh, talking about primal magics.
Yes.
Dark assassins were coming after us after we went into that place you told us about.
We are familiar with the Dark Assassins. We call them Shadow Assassins. They have been in history, well, forever. It is what happens when almic power is used but not harnessed correctly. It is a byproduct of the misuse and lack of understanding with it. It was part of the downfall of the humans, to be honest. They used the Astron for magic and power, but they had no idea the consequences, and thus many of the wielders of these Astron crystals were subsequently hunted down and the Astron taken from them. Where these Dark Assassins take it, we have some ideas, but we really haven't studied it much. We made sure we safeguarded all of our, I call them technologies because it's kind of what they are, of the Alm, against such things. We're very careful about its use. We have found that the use of metal helps any of the excess energy to instead be dispersed in a safe way, if that makes sense. Thus preventing the potential collection of such things.
Fizz is just totally giving like a little bit of a glare at RJ.
Yeah. I mean, you
Wizarun as well.
You said that at the observation post you experimented and discovered some of the functions of it. Yes.
Yes.
That was likely the cause of the assassins that you faced.
Another glare towards Vizrun and RJ.
Sounds like we might need a dwarf to come along. These technologies better than us.
That is why we keep them in metal cases as well. It is why I gave you the compass in a metal tube. It prevents any energy from radiating away from it and slowly altering the area of the world. You mentioned a rat that brought the dead back, yes?
Yes.
From the looks of the half-broken crystal that you gave me, I believe that the rat was consuming the crystal for its energy and draw that it has. If one were to do something like that, it would slowly corrupt and warp the being of the creature, as those onic energies intertwine with the natural life force that the creature has, thus shaping it into something it did not intend. That could explain such things as the dead being raised, as negative energy is often a counterbalance to such things, as are the Dark Assassins, negative. We believe it has something to do with the construction of the realm, but that is another story for another time, I believe. It's entirely off topic. But interesting. A side project of mine. Haven't quite gone down that. If you find information about it, I would delight in finding in reading it. Or assuming it in whatever manner it has approached you.
Well,
Yes, I have dropped quite the fireball on you all, haven't I?
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. If my name was to be known as widespread as Dell's,
That is what you desire.
I'd be pretty happy with that. I think I'm on board.
Let's see.
And I'll grab another glass of wine.
Fizz, Protector of the Realms. Has a nice ring to it.
I think he might
does
get
have
another name
quite a-
before.
That does have quite a nice ring to it.
Fizz, Anchor's End.
Now, dwarf.
Yes.
I do have one question.
Of course.
Oh, actually two.
As many as you would like.
The first question is the more important one. Do you know anything about the Black Blood?
The Black Blood.
We found a dagger that infected the water system in a town nearby, and started poisoning the people of the town. And also, as some in this room know, my body has already been corrupted with black blood.
Fizbin speaks up because, or not Fizbin. Wow, that's a name from a book I'm reading right now.
Wisdom.
Hey, that's Dragonlance, isn't it? Fizban?
Yes. Which, in the book I'm reading, he's actually renamed as Zifnab, as
Yep.
he is a god that makes an appearance in a different universe. Anyway, Deathgate Cycle, great book series. Wizrune, as he mentioned last time you brought him the dagger, and he did some research on it for you, he says again here, yes, the dagger, it, considering the topics at hand, it had essences of corrupted Astron, blackened by a particular kind of power. And Nevromi kind of thinks, then perhaps this channel has some links to what affects you. If black blood, and the way you describe it, mutations, transformation, is that what you said?
Well, in my case, it gives me the strength and fighting ability that you've seen me have well, also the blood is kind of harmful to others if I stab it into their body.
Certainly not a natural occurrence. Yes, it very may well have ties to what we are talking about. I don't know that I know specifically what your ailment or case is. I would need time to experiment, to understand, to just know better, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But if it has any links to this sort of stuff, and if it is any sort of perversion of the arm, then, well, I sincerely hope it does not consume you.
Guess we'll have to see. If there is one thing I would like, it's to get this curse off of me.
I can help in any way I can.
Now, my second question for the dwarf.
Yes.
Can I take this bottle of wine with me?
Of course. And that loaf of honeyed ham you've been eyeing too. Don't think I haven't seen you.
I have a new blacksmith friend that would like to. He told me to bring some alcohol next time I see him.
Excellent, of course. You're welcome to it. Our control over the magic allows us to more or less create what we desire out of thin air in ways.
That's really it.
That's the important thing. You got the important thing. The wine.
Yep, the wine.
Other questions? I know you may all need some time to think on all of this. But,
If
go ahead.
it's not too much to ask, then it's that easy for you guys to make the wine. I would greatly appreciate a small portion of my reward to be in the form of said wine.
He kind of reaches behind his cushion. I told you I'd have a bottle ready, didn't I?
Yep.
And he passes it over to you. I did not forget. If you all need some time to decide and think over all of this, I understand that it was a lot. I mean, a lot of it was a history lesson on things past, and I unfortunately don't know the answers to the future, but my recommendation would be to learn on the locations that you found, as I will try as well. I am certain that with our understanding of the shape of the continent, that we can provide you a map that is more suitable for navigating, and one that may help you pinpoint these locations. But learn of them. Figure out what's happened, and be aware that if you all decide to help us, what we cannot do as normal embassies, you can do as a group. I cannot leave this outpost. I am bound by the laws of my people to maintain this place. We had our professional, elite, covert Diok team for this cause, but they have been destroyed, and it will take some time to muster another force such as that. And we do have other leads elsewhere, much farther from here, that they may attain to as well. And so for the time being, everything in this area, which I came here to work because I personally, outside of the rest of my people, believe this is more towards the center point of it all than anything else. That this is where the answers are held. This town, the town of Balin, these sites you have found, there's a history and a connectedness here that we do not yet understand. And I personally would like to understand that. But I cannot leave this place, and I have none that can. Plus, you all have a aided benefit of not being dwarves. You're not bound by kingdoms and human law, more or less. There's damn near one of every race amongst you. I see elf, I see ladrin, I see gnome, I see human, I know orc. I see half-elf, which is a newer mutation of your people's.
Mutation, I like that.
What better way to discover the history than to have every point of view on such history collected into one group? I would be forever indebted to you all, should you wish to help me. And keep in mind, these anchors, the instability they provide seeps into the very land and essence of being around them. Anyone in their wake is likely to be strife with some form of danger, whether they perceive it or not. I'm sure you've all gone through hardships, and I'm sure for some of you, those hardships can be rooted to some degree in the deterioration of these anchors.
I think everybody's overwhelmed.
Yes.
RJ already said he'd be willing to help.
Yep,
I'm on board.
Nithian's in.
Getting paid partially in wine.
Yes,
Yeah,
and any more Astron you can collect for us. Obviously, we have our uses for it, of which you now understand to some larger degree. We do genuinely need it to continue to produce things such as the wine that we give you.
Talking about Astroms,
Yes.
the compass, how many charges does it have?
Like most Astron crystals in their raw form, it is a limited amount of power they contain before one is able to utilize what is within it. But here at the embassy, I do have a way of transferring power from Astron to Astron. So if there's a particular tool that you need and have in the basis of Astron, I can help recharge its energy.
I would the compass was useful as it opened up the building, so we had to use it a few times.
Yes, if you leave it
If you
with me,
could.
I can recharge it. I'm sure there are, and I know for a fact there are many other such devices out there in different shapes and sizes that do different things. Should you ever come across any of them and need them charged for your desires and goals, just get them back to me. Only the embassies carry the technology, I'll leave it simply at that for now, to do such a thing. It's not as simple as touching two crystals together, for example.
Sounds good. I will come back with it as I left it in just in case.
You mentioned arbiters earlier, yes?
Yes.
With this extra information, forewarning to them as well, We believe that they have ties to what remains of the Vith. Whether they are the Vith, or work for the Vith, or what, I don't know. But they have similar interests as we. And as I mentioned of the fences earlier, we don't interfere with each other directly. It's more of a first come, first serve relationship. So be careful of what you find and how you keep hold of it.
Understood.
The good old deli counter life.
Yep. We can act as a vault if you ever come across anything that you feel must be protected. For if the Vith or the Arbiters or whoever or whatever they are were to bring us down in the embassy, just as they can reveal our history, we can just as much reveal their history. And we, in a way, have mutually assured destruction, which is what keeps us at arm's length from each other.
Understood.
I believe, just as we believe, they do not want this civilization to crumble yet again, because restarting it took a long time. But there are many who are scarred by the past. And I am sure there are other groups of interest out there that have other desires and designs for things they come across, whether they understand it or not.
Tyween, you've been awfully quiet.
You believe I've overwhelmed our elf boy?
I'm always quiet.
Are you willing to join us?
Yes. Anywhere the caravan goes, I go.
Well,
you-
hell.
Forgot he was here.
You'll find a lot of interesting things to sell, Drex.
Damned be the fucking trading at this point. Like, I have civilization to keep upheld now. I gotta take you people to where you need to be. This is important stuff.
Drix, I mean, you gotta keep things in perspective, though, right? Like, your trading helps keep society in general going.
I mean, yeah, I play my role, but like, I don't create and hold up the foundation of the economics like these people do. I'm not on a quest to prevent the deterioration of the lands themselves or whatever the hell he was talking about. He said mountains could fly. Did you hear him?
Yeah.
We gotta go to these mountains that can fly.
I mean, I think we need to deal with these so-called anchors first. I don't think the anchors are going to
I
be
mean,
floating in the sky.
yeah, but you know, it's come on, it's
Off
about
to adventure, Drex.
yeah, I'm in. Hell yeah, I'm in. Just don't get me killed. That's all I ask. I'll stay
No
at the cot when the
promises.
dangerous stuff happens.
No promises, Drix.
Yeah,
No guarantees.
a little late for that.
Sin?
You see,
Are you okay?
he's wiping tears, and he just says, "Yeah, I can't say a particular goal or interest that aligns with a lot of this, but I think it might carry me to where I do want to go. I've always been fascinated by how belief can shape the world. You all speak of it in ways of manipulating and changing and controlling the material and blah 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 that holds it all up, but I believe there's something more, and I want to find that. I think I'll find it in this.
I think we'll find a lot of things in this.
As far as Noth is concerned, he is a
Travis with
humble.
you.
It's not so much that. He is a humble and honorable warrior. If he believes there is a cause worth fighting, he will be there. For as long as his feet can carry him, he will try.
That is, it's understandable. And I look at Zawin. There are people like that with us right now as well.
I just don't really have anywhere else to go. And I like you guys, so I'll stick around with you guys.
Wizroom, I know you have other notions, but will you continue traveling with us?
I mean, with what I know, there's not much of a choice. Just to directly up what I want to know. I just hope it doesn't betray me.
We'll be here when you need us.
A safer world is a better world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is anybody trained in sense motive? Throughout this entire conversation, anyone that actually has a rank in sense motive can roll just to get the general vague scope of everyone's reactions to such information.
I do not.
I do not.
Not that anybody is necessarily lying or anything like that, but
Yeah, I usually make characters with sense motive this time.
Yep.
Because I did not know I was going to be leader of this crew.
I have sense motive.
Yep.
Oh wait, do you have to have a point in it, or just it's a skill in my?
No, if you have a rank in it.
Oh, I do not have a rank. I have. It's a class skill, but I do not have a rank in it.
Yeah, no.
So, never
Okay.
mind.
That's fine. I just wanted that census of like somebody who's trained in reading people and has like deliberately put time into doing it, if they may have any minorly varying opinions on anything.
Nope, I'm good.
Well, I'll open up the bottle of wine that I just received and pour wine into glasses.
You go to uncork it, and it is in this like multifaceted glass bottle. It is not just a smooth glass bottle; like it reflects and prisms the light in various ways. And you reach towards the stopper, and Nevromi just reaches. No. I have plenty here still. Do not cork and unmask that which you do not have to.
Okay. Then I'll go to the table where there's clearly open bottles of wine.
Plus, I will say that the wine here is not something magically created. This is curated.
I'll pour glasses for everyone and hand them to everyone. And, toast. A toast to our new goal. A new adventure.
I can do that.
Nevrome holds up his glass. May the teachings of our past guide us forward.
Okay.
Clink.
Nithiarn would have picked up a different glass and put water in it.
Yeah.
Sure.
And with the resounding clink of glass on glass, we end the session here. For you all to have a week to absorb the mass amount of information that I just threw at you.
That was
Info
a
dumps.
huge
Info
history dump.
dumps.
It was
Huge
needed.
history dump. Yeah, we were lost in the realm.
That was good.
That helped a lot.
Yeah.
Oh man. So I'm gonna reveal the lore page in history for that, because I more or less said everything word. I didn't say everything word for word. I put it. I Nevromi spinned everything, and added a touch here and there in the moment as it felt right. But the basis of all information is here in this. For if anyone wants to scour or ponder on it deeper.
Cool. Cool.
Next session. The session of blacksmithing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Blacksmithing, gear acquiring, and deciding probably what the hell you guys want to do from here. Because now
Shopping.
you don't have a direct direction. It is, I think a general goal and idea has been put forth.
And we're gonna get a map theoretically. So.
And yes, I'm going to reveal a large portion of the overworld map, which I'm going to do right now, just so you guys can look at it too. I don't think I have any revealed, but there are a couple of locations that might be like placeholder names, or like name this lake here, stuff like that. I think I have all that on the GM layer. But just in case I'm not seeing anything.
We'll let you know if we see anything. But that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a world in construction, so. Reveal areas. All right. So I'm going to grab from here to here.
Boy.
That's nice and big.
Your world just got much bigger. And in context, a box that size I could probably put about 6 or 7 more times on the continent.
Oh. That is a big continent.
It's roughly equivalent to the size of a real world continent. So this box is like 1,400 miles across by 700 miles wide. A massive swath of land.
And we barely moved through it.
Yes. This puts some context as to you started up here in the mountains, you went to Terran, and then to Opportunity, and then to Balin and back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It is going to be interesting to explore. You got to put down where those crystals.
Yes, you do have direct understanding of that now.
I think I was even able to guess that like the lake was like Silver Lake, and then I can't remember the name of the mining.
Over here, something up here theoretically.
Yeah.
Either southern or northern shepherds.
Or right there.
Oh yeah.
It is. And Taween, this will be of interest to you when you get the map. That anchor is dead center on the Trail of Rymation.
We don't like the trail rim.
One is in the middle of Silver Lake, and the other one is up in the middle of the Copula Sierras.
You're going to have to tell us why we don't like the Trail of Rymation.
That'll come up when you go to that anchor.
So when you have to tell us before we go to that anchor.
Tywin doesn't like
Traveling to Silver Lake travels more towards RJ's past.
Mhm.
Kind of.
Kinda. It's still a ways away.
And then traveling to Copula Sierras, kind of near where Fizz is.
Yeah.
I suppose Nithyan's also kind of near Trail of Ram. You're all very near
Ah.
this center section.
Yeah, I'm off, way off to the.
Yeah,
off to the
you're way
right.
you're way up there in the north. Yep.
All right, cool, awesome.
Sandbox time.
Mhm.
Yep. Sandbox time.
You are a brave dungeon master. Friend.
Venture forth into the world. I will create it at your feet steps.
We will find a flying machine and just fly all over the place.
Well, Miguel, there's a fourth option that I don't think the DMs considered. The
Mhm.
Dell person was the king of the land to the north.
Mm-hmm.
So we could just turn this into, let's convince people to invade the north, take it over for a research hub.
Yeah, a political
Clearly he knew what he was doing.
political swing, definitely not in my purview, but if that's the direction you guys go, then I'm down.
Let's play Kingmaker in your setting.
If you want to play Kingmaker, then that's fine. Also, I'm adding the country borders of Duhana right now.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty interested in what's going on at these locations. So
Yep, we got our curiosity.
maybe we'll see how long Tywin has to work with the blacksmith. Maybe he can work on the political side.
Yeah, he's your immediate, like, the anchor of opportunity that you didn't know existed.
Yep.
How long does the student... Or maybe you go on one of these quests first and then come back if it's going to wind up being like a month or two. Me and you, Tim, have to sit down and talk about this armor, because...
It's going to be glorious.
This is something we're about to homebrew, and it's going to be cool, whatever it is.
Yeah. We can